Morning, everyone. So it's day two, the inquiry related to land between Green Lane and Upperthorpe with Killamarsh. It's 9:30, so it's time to resume. I haven't got anything that I need to raise this morning before we start. So I think from either side we need to say.
No.
Okay, so I'm expecting Lee Rowley this morning. So would you like to come and speak this morning before we start with evidence?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you for a short time today. My name is Lee Rowley, I'm the Member of Parliament from North Derbyshire, and before I make my formal remarks on the bill itself, I should start with two acknowledgements.
Maybe just speaking to the mic.
Before I make my formal remarks on the appeal itself, I just want to start with two acknowledgements. Firstly, I'm sorry not to have been able to attend the first day of the hearing yesterday, and I will not be able to stay beyond the conclusion of these remarks. And Holly is currently sitting inside, so I know that yesterday we should turn out for business shortly. I apologise therefore if I repeat the view of others, but do not reference a discussion which have already been had, but which I was not present for. And secondly, I recognise that as a Member of Parliament, I have no formal role in the planning process or this appeal, so I'll speak here on a personal basis. Given my lack of a formal role, I do not request to speak at these appeals on a regular basis outside of the local plan discussions. This is only the third that I believe I've spoken at in 6 years that I have represented North Derbyshire. This is one which is of such gravity for the community of Killamarsh that I wanted to speak, given that I've been involved in campaigning since I got out in 2017. I recognise the planning inspector has a difficult job, and I have great respect for the work that they do, not least as briefly a former planning minister. The requirement to weigh up these matters is often a very balanced one, very challenging, and there's often great nuance required in order to do so, and I'm grateful for your willingness to examine this application. At the same time, and whilst recognising the challenges you face, my own personal view is that the decision by North East Derbyshire District Council in 2022 should be upheld, and that this appeal should not succeed. This application is inappropriate and unsustainable. Residents have already outlined their concerns in detail, and I will not seek to duplicate those points other than to endorse many of them. Instead, I would just like to highlight three specific matters which I hope the inspector will take into account and for consideration. Firstly, this application is accepted by all parties to be a further incursion into the green belt, over and above the already released land. The release of that land in the first place was an extremely suboptimal process, resulting in the endless series of obstinate choices which I won't litigate here. Consequently, though, we find ourselves in a place where some greenbelt land has been released against the wish of the community as part of the local planning process, but where this application seeks to take further land, including some in the greenbelt, beyond that. That land will be changed specifically for the reason of accommodating this wider development. The ponds will be dug, which will be visible, given the aspect from a number of vistas. Nor is the overall area within which the ponds will be situated, according to the indicative plan, small. It shows it to be around 10% of the entire site. This is a vital part of the development, which will change the natural land around it, including land which is in greenbelt, be visible to the community from potentially a significant distance away, and which seeks to develop on land a national planning policy framework, and the local plan says in normal circumstances should not be developed upon. The policy SS10 in the local plan could not be clearer that an appropriate development will not be approved except in very special circumstances. There is no reference in part 3 of that policy that states that mitigations for adjacent housing development are seen as possibly appropriate. Greenbelt either matters or it doesn't. No very special circumstances exist, and both on a principle and a visual basis, I would expect to dismiss this appeal. Secondly, that incursion into the greenbelt is only required because of the scale of this application. Whilst I personally disagree with this aspect of a local plan, that plan is clear that this site, if it is to be developed, will deliver approximately 330 dwellings. This application is for 20% more than the number provided in the local plan, something which the average person would not consider to be in the approximate range of the number referenced in that plan. To then seek to extend into greenbelt land on the basis that the other area already released should be used to construct significantly more properties than the local plan suggests is not sustainable in my view and should not be viewed as acceptable. Thirdly, finally, the inclusion into the green belt also highlights the further use of land which has been associated with potential historical mine workings. I would ask that the inspector does look again at the questions regarding the historic use of this site. There is genuine and significant concern within the community that a full understanding of the challenges on this site due to its historic nature has not been adequately or comprehensively considered, particularly regarding both the appropriateness of construction on this site and then the potential long-term potential for substance. At least one former miner who is employed at the site has come forward to express concern that the site has significantly greater challenges around historic mine workings and land contamination which have not been adequately reviewed. To take even more land, which may have been associated with mine workings, only exacerbates the potential challenges on this matter. There are many other reasons why this appeal should be rejected, but I will not take into that given that they have been articulated separately. In concluding, I finally want to add that this has been an extremely long, wearying, difficult journey for residents of Killamarsh for over more than a decade, and I hope that you can see the strength of feeling from them in some of the statements which have been made already. The constituency of North East Derbyshire has always recognised that more houses will need to be built in the coming years, and across the entire area, significant additional development is coming. We will play our part. Where residents have significant and valid concerns is when developers seek to utilise sites in a way which are not sustainable and not appropriate. This is, in my view, the position that Westfield is in. Consequently, when the inspector draws a conclusion in the coming months ahead, I hope it should be taken into account the concerns raised. The incursion into greenbelt is unnecessary, and this application requires that land with potential mining issues only required in order to build a greater number of properties than the original plan is needed. This appeal should be dismissed on that ground alone, and I hope the inspector will uphold the decision of the planning committee of North East Derbyshire to review the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. I'll take the next into account. My decision. Thank you.
Thank you. If I just ask a question.
Are you happy?
Just one quick point. It was a clarification. I don't know if you're aware, but the Secretary of State recently granted planning permission in York for some sites on the green belt, in line with national policy, commenting that there were engineering operations. Be accepted that such forms in principle are engineering operations. Not necessarily, I believe everything should be looked at on its own merits. That was the whole principle behind planning. And therefore, whilst I cannot comment, and we're not here today to litigate the individual circumstances within York, and that will be down to individual circumstances which we've done here today. I think there is a very clear statement both in the NPPF and within SS10 here that very special circumstances need to exist. This is not defined as very special circumstances. Mitigations of an application which is already too large should not be considered very special circumstances, and consequently the inclusion of the green belt is not appropriate in this individual circumstance. You see, what you've not done is answer the question. Do you now say that the NPPF, which refers to engineering operations being appropriate in the green belt principle, is wrong and should be changed?
I'm not making any comment on the NPPF. The NPPF is for discussion elsewhere and outside of discussion such as this. The NPPF and policy SS10 is clear that very special circumstances need to exist in order for the green belt to be released. Very special circumstances do not exist in this instance. The scale of this development requires inclusion into green belt, which should not be appropriate in my view, and is not sustainable and should not be supported as part of this application.
Or have your own self. Are you familiar with paragraph 150 of the NPPF?
I'm absolutely familiar with the national planning policy framework, and I know as a barrister you will also be familiar with the principle that the NPPF and local planning policy should be taken into account, but individual circumstances should be considered, and my contention both in the speech which I indicated at the beginning of my response to this question is that no very special circumstances exist in this regard, in this specific application, and therefore it's been appropriate to overturn the decision of the planning committee in May 2022.
So you're saying that
I think the Rowley is intended for me to take on the planning office. We've heard your comments. It's not particularly helpful to hear an argument between you. So it's more important to listen to the decision. and get to the crux of the plan. As I said, you're happy with
Yes,
that, I'd rather than- that's all good.
thank you.
So without further ado, Councillor Mark Foster, would you like to come back to the plan and we'll continue your cross-examination? I'm anticipating about an hour, is that what Mr. Silver?
Yeah, I think I was a bit less than an hour
Yeah,
yesterday, so
well,
it might be a bit more
no,
than
it's fine, it's fine.
an hour and 10,
Mhm.
maybe 15, but I think that's perhaps the order and time scale.
Yes, of course.
Morning. I'm just about to, and I think I've signposted that we're going to have a discussion about the background to the allocation of the local plan. And it's what you say at 6.2 of your proof. You say the size and shape of the allocation is as I'll promoted and you explained that's your position on that yesterday. And then at 6.3 you refer to the submission that had been put by CODA to the local plan. Do you remember that? Yes. Yeah. And you referred us in particular to the core document. I don't think we need to turn it up, but it was 411C, at the end of which was a little master plan, what's a better expression. Now that submission, I understand, was not to the examination, but to the Regulation 19 stage of the plan. It was February 2018, and I think you said so in your statement. Yes. So what I'd like to just look at next is the timeline, the chronology, because the application, which is the subject of this appeal, was made, and it's a matter of record, October 2018. We'll see that from the application form. I'll need to take a note, CV 121. Now, that application always had, from the moment it was lodged in October 2018, the centre basins in the green belt. Well, we need to have a look at that. We see the very first master plan, which is in the core documents. It's core document 116. So we see the date of it, I'm sure you can just about put it out. It says 14th of the 9th, 2018. It's the master plan that went with the application, which was lodged 10th, by that I mean October 2018. It has 3 attenuation basins, and they are occupying a similar area of land to what is being promoted as part of this appeal. Yeah. And so between the document that you've referred to of February 18 and the application going in, there's obviously been a change of the approach in relation to source and the location in relation to source. And then if we have a look at document 411E. You see the hearing statement that was put to the local plan examining inspector by Coda. Yes. B, sorry. B. So it should say on the front, hearing statement involved. Now, if you turn to page 5 of that document, you will see that what is being done is responding to questions that have been posed by the inspector, main matters, presumably for the local plan, and 231, main matter 230, main matter whether or not the proposed housing location to South Coast is deliverable. And then A, after 231 is the amount of development proposed justified having regard to any constraints. And then if we go down, the next paragraph concludes with the up to 397. And if we go down the next paragraph, the one that starts, this is the case, as expressed in the statement of common ground with the council and detailed in the outline planning process condition that means clearly application and gives the reference. And that's this planning appeal application, isn't it? I'm not certain of that. Do you want to just check that that reference tallies with the reference for this application? This application is 18010030. There wasn't another application that was submitted in outline at that time, was there? And so by response to the inspector's question, the inspector is taken to the outline application, the plan for which is the one we've just seen at that point in time. Then in response to question B, what's the likely impact of the proposed development following factors? We'll see that the last of those factors is flood risk. And the response from Code, there are no likely material, detrimental or harmful impacts of proposed development in relation to these factors. The evidence in support of the outline planning application very, very clearly demonstrates this fact. And it refers again to the same application, this application, which have slush ponds, basins, and the greenhouse. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we've just seen it in the documents. And then if we have a look at the local plan inspector's report, which is just a little bit further on in the same set of core documents, of 412. Tempting to get an ice cream, and I think we'll pass. A bit chilly. We've got the local plan inspector's report. We see that the hearing sessions took place between November 2018 and March 2019 on the front page. And then if we go to look at this site, if we have a look at page 36 of the local plan inspector's report, what she says is based on the technical assessments submitted with the outline application for residential development, the site will accommodate at that point she's got 393 dwellings. The plan makes a more cautious 330 she is referring to, and there was only one, has only been one outside application for development of the site. She is referring both to it and to the technical assessments in support of it, which included land 4 basins in the greenbelt.
That was never my understanding.
No, but it must be now looking at the actual papers.
I can't commit to that here. It's not what I've studied before. I've been working with officers. It's not what I've understood. Well, what I've understood is that the boundaries are always in the bottom of the valley. That's what the local planners have to say.
Right. Maybe you end up listening to my question. The inspector had both the technical assessments and refers to the technical assessments and the outline application. Was fully aware of it and it's been brought to her attention.
Except that you're showing me these documents now.
Well, not now. They're public documents, and we've been called documents for several weeks.
It's not been my understanding up till now from being I've discussed this with officers.
It may not have been your understanding, but it is clear from these papers.
Not for me, it's not.
What's not clear?
Not until I'd have to look at them all again and look at them from scratch.
From scratch, what do you need to see? There's a reference to this specific application, the inspector's talking about it. There's never been another application on this site.
It's not been my understanding up to this point.
So, your narrative here is that Harworth, the gist of your point is that Harworth should have sought a different greenbelt boundary if they wanted to put such basins beyond any part of it beyond the allocation site. But the reality surely is this. The local authority were aware because they had the application. The inspector was aware because she says so and it had been brought to her attention. Nobody suggested there was a need to revise the greenbelt boundary. And surely that's simply because, in line with the ultimate position of policy and case officers, in line with other appeal decisions, it was absolutely fine and to be expected to be quite normal to have such basins, or at least part of them in this instance, in the greenbelt. Nobody would bat an eyelid to think that was a reason to change the allocation, because it is quite standard, isn't it? We've seen Poole, we've seen Huntingdon, to have such in the greenbelt. They need greenbelt policy.
I don't think we do, and I don't accept that. There's a reason why the boundary was put in that valley, and I've made that clear in my statement. I explained that at length yesterday. And we've got an allocation of PL1.
But you appreciate this isn't an exercise in trying to redraw the greenbelt boundary. So that's not what a planning application can do. What we have to determine is whether what is proposed in the greenbelt meets greenbelt policy. It's not a local plan exercise rerun. That's not what we're talking about here at all, is it?
I think I made my view clear on this yesterday when it came to that boundary and where the houses should finish and should be the subs should be. I think I made that clear.
It's a simple point. It's an entirely understandable alternative narrative to the one that you put forward, but nobody bothered because nobody needed to be bothered. But all were aware. Can I have now your attention in relation to approach to greenbelt? Just a couple of points in your proof, and I'm really keen to understand where you're going, because it makes a difference to a whole series of questions. You say in your proof at 6.5 that any harm to greenbelt is to be given substantial weight. You refer to NPPF 148. And then you say at 8.20, at the end of your analysis, when you have come to the view that it is inappropriate development that is suggested here, that therefore it's necessary to go on to consider the degree of harm. And I just want to understand this. I think you're saying that you only consider the degree of harm on the question of substantial weight to it, if you have concluded that development is inappropriate first. And that's what you have done. And is that the right approach? Is that the approach you're applying and suggesting to the inspector?
I think in 7.2 I've made that clear, whether the development proposed on the green belt land is inappropriate in the green belt, having regard to the policy, then the degree of green belt harm, and then whether it's outweighed by special circumstances.
Yes,
that was my thought process with this, the thought process of the planning committee too.
let me just sort of put the point another way, because maybe I haven't made it clear as I could. If the inspector disagrees with you and agrees with Mr. Rollins that applying paragraph 150, this is not inappropriate, or let's just get to the point, it is appropriate for them to apply those texts and will come to them in due course. There is no requirement to give substantial weight to any harm that exists. That's a separate and different test when weighing the existence of very special circumstances.
So 150, if certain other forms of development are also not inappropriate or appropriate in the green belt, provided they preserve its openness, which I've argued that they don't.
I know that, that's not the point I'm at the moment. My proposition is this: if it is concluded that the proposals preserve openness, don't conflict with purposes, then it is appropriate development, and that's the end of the assessment. Do you agree?
I can't agree to that. What all I can do is say at 150, the best I can as it's written. So, and it says there that these A to F, obviously in the NPPF, and we haven't got the material change groups in our. That's a separate point. It's in the separate point, but it does say there they're not inappropriate, provided they preserve its openness. So I would look at all that together as I described yesterday. I know you're trying to.
I'm just trying to establish whether you've applied the right text, because I opened on the basis of what Lee Valley says. It's a case in the Court of Appeal, and you see what the Court of Appeal said is very clearly: you apply the exceptions, whether it's 150 or if it's buildings, it's 149. You make that judgment. You do not then go back to 148 and give very substantial weight to any harm, whatever it might be. And I'm trying to establish whether that is what you have done or suggest the inspector should do. It's a matter for legal submissions, perhaps, but to do so would be an error of law. Is that what you have done?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I've made an error.
No. So do you then take my point that once you've applied 150, if you conclude that it is appropriate applying those tests, that is it? There is no more to consider in terms of the green belt point.
With regard to 150,
yes.
With regard to that, say that clearly, I can see that. They're not also not inappropriate, provided they preserve openness. It doesn't conflict with the purposes.
Indeed.
So both of those.
My point being, you do not then go back and ask yourself about substantial weight to any part that might exist. So that's about balancing very special circumstances.
I think it made that clear in 7.2.
So you agree with me?
Whether the development, I'd say again, whether the development proposed on the green belt land is inappropriate, we've done that first,
yes,
in the green belt, yes, yeah, and then whether it's relevant to our local plan,
yes.
Now, as I explained, is to re-put that first.
Don't go down that hole. We'll come to S in due course. Okay. Let me put it this way round. If the answer to your proposition 1 on page 7 of your proof, 7.2, is that it is appropriate development or not inappropriate, then you do not consider 2 multiple. There is no need to.
I can't confirm that.
So can I ask you this? Is it your approach in your proof, and was it the approach of the council that having got to the end of 1, regardless of the answer, you still have to do 2 and 3. No, I'm asking what your approach is.
My approach to I've made it clear in some point two already, and also
That's what I'm asking what I guess today. If the answer to 1 is that it is not inappropriate, do you have to apply 2 and 3?
I'll let the inspector decide that.
You don't know.
I'll let the inspector decide that.
So, okay, well, it's a matter that I'll actually submit on them. Because if you do apply 2 and 3, then you would be applying in the face of the law. So, are you?
No.
All right. Let's consider openness as a concept, first of all, and I'm interested in what you say as being positive with proof. The term preserve openness, you say, means having a neutral effect on openness, i.e. openness of the green belt, not at all to be negatively affected, even to the smallest degree. Yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Where do you take that from? Who's told you?
That's advice I've got from my officers.
It's not the advice that they put forward in their assessment in the office of the report. So where is it? Did you write this proof, and did you apply that test to your judgment?
Yes.
Yes. So if that test isn't right, that questions your judgment and your approach to the whole thing, isn't it?
Well, I think you're questioning it anyway. So,
Just on principle, if that's not the right approach, then it's highly likely you'll have got the wrong answer by applying.
I've been told that is from the advice I've been given that is the right approach. It's our officers that work with it. It could have been any one of our officers.
Could have been. Yeah. In writing?
I think probably the other way.
Yeah. And you can't name.
It's difficult to say which one it was.
I don't think the name is important.
So when we have case law like the Supreme Court in Samuel Smith's Old Brewery, which is in CD 618, yeah.
I think part of it came from, once you question about even to the smallest degree, I think that comes from 148 over the NPPA.
148.
So when considering any planning application, local planning authority should ensure that substantial weight is given to any part.
That was what I was just asking you about. So what you have done, it seems, is apply 148 as part of the judgment about openness. Is that right? As part of the judgment about compliance with 150 and preservation of openness, it seems from what you just told me that you applied 148. Is that your approach?
There's part of it there, but that's talking about any part that you're involved. And here we talk about negative effects that being involved, negative effect to the openness. Now, negative effect to the openness, I would argue there, and my understanding is that is harm to the window.
Right. So I think I've got your answer to the previous point now. You are applying the substantial weight or any harm to greenbelt when you consider preservation of openness. You have imported 148 into the judgment in 150.
I'd consider that's formed part of the judgment together with what
that's a yes. Yeah. All right. Now let's actually have a look at what the court was saying. Paragraph 22 of the Sam Smith's case. The court is very clear about describing openness. nor does it imply freedom from any form of development. Which bit on there? It's page 11 of the judgment, paragraph 22. So the Supreme Court is quite clear that openness does not imply freedom from any form of development. And that is clear because you have exceptions to Greenbelt in 149 and 150, where there are several things that can be acceptable in the Greenbelt, including engineering operations and change of use. We'll come to SS 10 later. So development is acceptable in the Greenbelt. It's not an indication of freedom from development. And stuff like that. Now, this, on your approach, then, would have to be development that doesn't have any effect whatsoever, not even to the smallest degree.
As I've said in 8.8, I understand by what it says in 8.8 in terms of preserve openness. It means having a neutral effect upon openness, and the openness of the Greenbelt is not all negatively affected, even to the smallest degree. Yeah.
So, just help me with this. Mineral operations, mineral extraction, and the instances that we have before us in the paperwork. So, Sam Smith case on the facts with an extension to a quarry, 6 hectares, 2 million tons of rock to be removed. Do you think that would not have any effect on openness, not even to the smallest degree?
Yeah, it would have effect.
And it was judged to preserve openness, and the Supreme Court said that judgment was not something that was prepared to challenge. That it was lawful, and that it was rational, that it was reasonable, and something. And I think you've also seen the Oxford case at CV 619. That was such basins, but also a pumping station, cabin, and metal fencing. And the judgment there was that it preserved openness, and the court was not at all concerned that that was an improper judgment.
But I can't argue against all the ticket point now.
And we've seen Poole and Huntingdon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And are you really saying that all of those instances were genuinely something which did not have any effect on the openness of the Greenbelt, not even to the smallest degree?
I can't speak about those because they're not ones I've looked at. I'm only commenting on this one here.
Can you imagine any situation where mineral extraction or engineering operations or local transport infrastructure, or even if we go to Part F of 150 of the framework, buildings brought forward under community rights to build, can you imagine any instance in which they would have no effect at all on the openness of the Greenbelt? Can you imagine any situation where that would be possible? Why not?
What I've done is, in giving my evidence, I've given it on this case at KL1 at Killamarsh. What I haven't done is split each of these individual bases. I find that quite difficult to give a view on here.
And that's because
many have seen for the first time.
Yeah, and that's because, well, not for the first time, because they've been in the court documents for weeks now. If you haven't looked at them, that's a different point.
And it's when they were added and how many were added. It's been very difficult.
Yeah, well over a month on.
Well, now with documents.
Yeah.
Right. Tell me about it.
All right. Let's have a look at your approach to openness here. So that's sort of the approach, but this is the application of the approach to the particular case. Okay, right. 8.3. You say that the works could involve tanks, rails, swales, piping, head walls. Yeah. 8.6. You go on to talk about buildings. None of those are shown in the Greenbelt on the illustrated material, are they?
I took that one yesterday.
And it is, as we agreed yesterday, make a little condition then to make sure that's the case.
I did have that.
And we were clear that the creation of subspaces isn't like engineering operations as a statement, whatever the impact to a different point.
That's an engineering operation.
So when you come to 8.9, and what you're saying here, and it's sort of, I think it kind of relates to your comments about the long section that we looked at yesterday. You're saying there's no indication of material being removed from the site, so it must be excavated and reused, and as a consequence, it must increase volume.
Yeah.
The first point is, it's actually an assumption that you've made, a guess. You've not done any calculation based on those plans about the extent of government fill.
My comments are related to the information that was available to me, which is that what the two was.
The question first.
The question about
you have not done any calculation or assessment. You don't present it of the extent of cut and fill associated with creating those places.
I've not done any calculations, but we know they are there.
Yeah. And
when we're talking substantial based on that longitudinal section, we can't remove 2.5 to 3 meters of land across the whole sort and adding to another area.
But what you've assumed that it seems is that the site is just the subspit. So if there's land removed, there's the whole site, there's the entire site. So not only do you have no assessment of the actual fill balance in the subs area, but no assessment of the actual fill balance across the site, including the subs area. Either that. And if material is indeed, just assume for a moment that within the subs area there was a neutral cut and fill, so what was cut was used to fill. Then in fact there would be no increase of volume because there would be no importation of material at all. It would just be moving it away.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. And
no, you're suggesting that you do.
And in any event, there's the addition of water as well as I pointed out yesterday.
But we do know this, that valley fills with water on a fairly regular basis. It's the basis of many of the locals complaining about flooding.
It's different at different times of year. Certainly, if you look after the last melt, when I last went down, the bottom of the valley was full of water. So it's different at different times of year.
Have you explored or examined the extent to which water would be present? The note I have on this, and to come through in our evidence in due course, is 2 or 3 times a year, mostly to a depth of about 100 mil. So 100 millilitres, 10 centimetres. A 1 litre depth, 2 or 3 times in the life of the development. Very transitory, isn't it?
It depends how accurate that is. I don't know.
And do you have any challenge to it? No. So when you said in 8.10 that there could be pipes and chambers and they might involve digging out material and placing that on the land, what are you basing that on? Are there any pipes or chambers shown in the green belt and the release of the material?
So any underground tank and pipes are controlled chambers. It's only recently we've said that it could be as a condition of having an outside of the green belt on the other side of from the office we appeal. But any that are in there, and what you have introduced me today is the fact that some of that could come out of the green belt and it could be included in the whole of KL1. But working purely on that area alone within the green belt, any works that are going to be done there, you would naturally bring that material out and would be in that area.
I was talking about pipes and chambers. Are you saying that there are pipes and chambers in the green belt proposed on the current material?
I think it's clear what put there.
So this is, dare I say, sort of scaremongering. If something really bad happened, it would be really bad. That's the basic gist of the point you're making in relation to buildings, parks, chambers, and real estate. That's it.
The point in there, 8.1, is that it also have volume, the material, if the material excavated,
And you're not suggesting that it is shown up in the
no.
In relation to the long section that you were cited by yesterday, do you remember about? It's in several places in the documents, but it's in Mr. Rollinson's appendices. That's where I'm looking to it, Appendix 3, second plan. Yeah. Well, overnight, we've had a look at your 5 metre point, and marked up a version of the same drawing, and I just wanted to explore that with you. And just some factual points. The land that rises to the south of the greenbelt boundary is a man-made structure itself. It's a conduit tip that's been greened over.
Let's confirm that. I think it's accepted by everyone that this is that's where it comes from.
So the valley itself is created by a conduit tip that's been placed there as a consequence of mining at some point in the past.
I don't see the relevance of that. It's an accepted value that's there. And when we there for decades,
So you call it entirely natural.
it's been formed and it does look natural and it acts to me as a natural value, as I understand it.
So the 5 metres point you'll see is on the top line, the long section. You'll see as the second in from the left. That 5 metres is over a distance of 21 metres. It's actually with a break in the middle, it's a 1 in 4 slope. And the roads.
When we looked at this, it's difficult to tell from this drawing here, it always was. We looked at it on the computer and went into that scale. Now, one of those, that bottom the middle one, sorry, which I think my eyesight's not great, you've got that as 4 meters. Yeah, well, now when we looked at that looked to us. Now, I know you've written 4 on there, and you know I can't say any different. But when we looked at it, that looked like 5 meters.
Well, so look at the one that is 5 meters. It's shown that is 5 meters. It's over 21 meters. It's a 14-degree angle. It's a 1 in 4.
I can't see that we're moving that. So don't excuse me. So if you read those down tonight, there's the top one, it looks like 2.5. Yeah. There's the next one, 3 or 5. 5, and then 4. Okay, then 3.5. Yeah. We were referring to that 5 into 1 and 5.
So when you were describing, you're just trying to put context around the language you were using. You were saying it was a 5-meter dam wall yesterday. It's important to see it in context, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's about.
And it's important then also to see it in context of the cross sections of which there are many. And if you turn to the next plan in the pack, Mr. Lawrence's DR3, we have the cross sections. And this enables us to see how in cross section, the steep falling land of the tip to the south and the falling land of the site itself to the north, which is actually on the cross section to the first to the right and then to the left, is tied in. So where those higher points are is section D and section G. So to get it properly into context, in D, we see here how that ties in to the landform north and south. And G, how it ties into the landform north and south. It's not 5 meters tall sticking out of the ground bund down wall, is it? When you look at it north and south as well as east west, it's tying in to both.
As I look at these, as I look at both these pictures, I've got a view from this, looking at both of those, that it is an obtrusive, they are obtrusive earthworks.
What's the gradient of the tip, do you think?
Right?
What's the gradient of the tip?
That's the point to which picture you're looking at.
Well, I'm sort of foretelling evidence to come, but that's about 1.1 in 6, 1 in 7. And the steepest we're talking about here is about 1 in 4. Huge difference, isn't there? Yeah. But you're saying this is wholly out of the ordinary. Not, is it?
That's what it is. I'll give that to you.
Right. Your photographs. So I'm sort of moving on to a visual point. Your proof, your photographs, your appendix 1. Your photograph 1 is appendix 1. Can you point out the line of the green belt boundary?
What I would need is on these, I need my I can tell us something, for example, on 5, and we can see it's in the bottom there, so that's taken from the footpath further to the side. You can see that. And you can see on photo 6.
On photo 1, yeah. Where is the green belt bound?
I'd have to, if I can get my my diary. Just 1 second.
And where the photographs are taken.
Yeah, what I don't want to do is make a mistake on this.
No.
What we did have with this is there's a plan of the side with the direction of where. Yeah, we did.
On the back of the book. It's a long page.
Yeah. So we see that photograph 1 is taken pointing right down the green belt boundary. So that's why I took it to that photograph.
Okay.
Where is the green belt boundary?
I'm just that right down. Yeah,
where is the green belt boundary? In photograph 1, point out what it is.
That's taken down the green belt boundary.
What is it in the photograph? It's the announced to the boundary.
That's a hedge wall there at that point.
So just so I'm clear, the clump on the left side of the photograph, then the gap, then the little clump, then the post and rail, and the next little bit of the bush or tree or whatever it is, that's the green belt boundary.
That's only that particular section. It is much more formed further down.
So let's look at the map two. Where's the green belt boundary there?
And also,
With the water in it.
what you've got to consider at the time of the year as well, those bushes aren't as thick as you would normally be. So all the times of the year.
Let's look at photo two. Where's the green belt boundary there?
That's where the trees are along the bottom. This is where
Where the post and rail fence goes through the water, that's dry water.
Yeah.
So
The same for three. It's much clearer, and you can see what you're pointing out there is the parts of the green belt boundary with the least vegetation, the least trees.
well, that's right. Your post were
Yeah, but I'm just on those, but you have what I've done is I've taken photos of all of them. As you move up the valley, you can see some much thicker, much heavier.
So let's return to photo one. The gist of your case seems to be that if the pond basin was to the right-hand side of that post and rail fence, with the toe of it landing at the fence, that the 5 metre difference there, with the water sat part way up the hill into the side, just as I'm clear, that in visual terms you say that's acceptable, but utilising the natural upslope of the tip and not doing too much to create a bottom side bank to the pond wouldn't do. Is that just your case?
Part of it.
Yeah. So by using the natural topography, not putting the pond up the hill into the side, to the tune of about 15 metres, you say that's the nub of the problem.
What we can't do is
Is that right?
No, what we can't do is apply the rules about openness and damage to the green belt to land that's not in the green belt. So on one side, it's only applicable to one side there.
Right.
So
And that post and rail fence is all the magic that makes all the difference.
for your words,
No, I'm trying to understand whether
well, actually, it's all the magic.
that's what makes the difference, though, isn't it?
It's how it affects
15 metres across that
It's
post
how
and
it
rail
affects.
fence,
It's
that's
the
the
whole
whole green belt.
It's not just the 15 meters, it's the whole 1.4 hectares that's taken out of the green belt.
It's not taken out of the green belt.
Well, that's developed with a built-up area. That's the point I tried to make yesterday in that code document, that it's considered by the developers as a built-up area.
Do you remember yesterday you were asked by the inspector about Mr. Rollinson's images in his appendix 8? And in particular, I think he described them as drone or something like that.
There's been various photos. I'm not sure if it was in Mr. Rollinson.
Well, that's what I did understand now. His appendix 8 has a series of images. But I don't think we need to spend any time on viewpoints 1 and 2 and 3.
If we look at view 1 though, as you look at it there,
Yeah,
on that,
yeah.
I would accept, but it is an artist's impression. You can't even see a 5 metre. It's from above and it's looking down, it's greenery.
No, it's not from above, is it? Viewpoint 1, it's from somebody stood on the path to the
You
west of the site.
this one.
No, no. Mr. Rollinson's appendix 8.
So viewpoint 1, yeah.
Viewpoint 1, we're going to go past because there's nothing to see because of where it's taken from. Yeah, viewpoint 2, the same. Viewpoint 3, the same. Viewpoint 4 is similar to one of yours. It's just coming down the side of the conduit tip towards the green belt, looking north on the footpath. Similar to one of your views, I think. It's essentially the same as your photo 4. Now, these are photo montages created by model, by computer model, and Mr. Marshall will talk about that later. But do you have any alternative or actual fault that you suggest has been made here? Have you sent them to somebody who does this sort of modelling work? Have you questioned whether it is accurate in a technical sense?
We've not been sent to anyone and questioned now.
And then if you look to viewpoint 5, here we see the line of the green belt, and we also see the effect of those points that separate the basins running broadly east-west along the green belt route.
Looking at these are only ever, when you're looking at these, you can't see anything at all. It's because it's like, for me, it's like looking at a mountain when you go skiing. You can't see any gradient at all, because you just see white in front of you. And this is much the same with this when you're looking at greenery. You can't see that banking at all. And I suggest
if this is accurate,
I don't believe they are accurate.
just maybe if this is accurate, then it's your position that demonstrates that there will be no particular pattern. That's what you're saying.
You could quite easily just, as I see that now, we cannot see, and no one can argue. You know, I'll stick my neck out here. You can't, because it doesn't appear to me like a true representation when you compare it to the longitudinal drawings. You cannot see what my version
about the accuracy. And that's a different question. If they are accurate, then you don't have a point, do you?
I'm not really commenting on that.
If they are not accurate, why won't you say that? You said yesterday that you can't tell. And that's right. There's nothing to see here that really stands out as any point.
I don't believe these are accurate.
That's just repeating the point and not answering the question. If these are accurate, there's no point in it.
I don't believe these are accurate. And it's just repeating the same point, because it's all
But will you answer my question?
I can't comment on that.
I've got your failure to answer. In terms of visibility, your drawing that you were referring to where the photographs are taken from is showing photographs that are all within a very short, very close location of such spaces themselves, isn't it?
You can see the positions on where they've been taken from.
If you thought that there were any longer views of this area, then you would have put them forward, and there are.
Photo 2 and 3, you can see from that plan they've been taken from there, which are outside.
Not in agreement.
And those there taken from here. In fact, when we look, they're all taken. Those taken from in the green belt, they're all outside the subzone.
Yes, I need to turn back. Further south, beyond the colliery tip, there is no view of the area that we're talking about, is there? No, none at all. The visual area is very, very contact.
On these photos?
No, on the ground, in reality. We've not put any others forward for a very good reason, because you can't see them.
You can see down to this area from up to Spring Hill.
You are suggesting that if the inspector goes to Spring Hill, she will be able to see this bit of green on the north-facing slope of the colliery tip. If that's what you're suggesting,
I'd have to be there to put that forward.
Yeah.
We were talking about where the.
I just want to be clear. Is that your proposition?
I'm not going to make that statement, but I'll let the inspector herself find out when she visits. Yeah. Well, I would say you can see whether there's no argument about where I've taken the photos.
That's not the question, though, isn't it? It's not the question. The question is that from further south, beyond the top of the colliery tip, there is no visibility whatsoever, and this area will be about what you're interested in. That's right.
I can't confirm that.
Have you been?
I've been up there, I've been on the hill, and I can't remember exactly where I was stood when I couldn't see that far.
Greenbelt purposes. We know that the greenbelt purposes that we're interested in here at AMC alone, correct? Checks for assist in safeguarding countryside from encroachment. Yes. Yeah. So, sprawl is the thing to be avoided. The thing to do is to check it being unrestricted. That's the right approach to consideration, isn't it? Your proof, I think your approach, in 14, you say because subs are part of the residential development, they must equal sprawl. It depends what they actually are in physical and visual terms to determine whether they have an effect. Not just because they are functionally for something else that is built for them.
My understanding is that the all of urban development, I mean, it was all Antwerp, and it was in the title sustainable urban.
And that's the point on which your case rests.
No, it doesn't. It's just one small block.
So what does it rest on? Because you say in your proof at 14 that it's because it's associated with for residential, then it must equal sport. Surely, my question again, it depends on what is actually done and what it looks like.
That's a big part of it. Yeah, part of it.
It's not because in the title it says urban.
Not just that, the clue was all in the title as well. When you look at the photos I provided with other subs in the area, they do show urban features. They do show built form, and that's what we based it on.
So you based the
judgment
judgment
on
on
the similar to put forward from the developer themselves, and they too considered it the built environment. And that new boundary, which goes up the hill to the south, that was considered in that document. That is the code that we put forward as spoke about yesterday. That was considered there a separation between the built form and the open countryside.
So let's just deal with some of those points. Your appendix 2 of your other examples, they're not in the green dot. They're in urban areas, and they have been clearly approved by the council, potentially you, I don't know.
I think we covered that yesterday.
No,
We did about was I had a grassman flag of people
but these aren't in the green dot, they're in urban areas. These are the points.
right, okay. They are examples of sorts.
And is it your case then that let's see how this works. If there had been approval granted to an awfully tall building that was inappropriate for its context, that must mean that other buildings wouldn't be approved. Surely not.
I haven't.
So you're not saying that Appendix 2 shows something that's similar to the appeals scheme, are you?
We've shown that to examples of sorts.
What you've done is you found the most egregious examples of other sorts and said, scare, that's what it'll look like, without actually looking at the plans and this.
I think it's a balance to the sort of where this position will rest. It's much like we've had an artist impression from the developer's side.
Your impression is
So showing greenery, one showing greenery, and I've shown subs.
speak here. We can't assume, because it's nothing, they're not the same drawings, they're not the same scheme, they're not the same location. And something that you point out as looking pretty awful is reflecting something different on the appeal scheme drawings.
There are examples of other stuff. What could be there at that side? Much like you've given other examples, like your.
In terms of sprawl, then, in terms of checking when restricted sprawl, the importance is to check it, to stop it, to make sure it is restricted. These basins will be there clearly for the life of the development. They cannot be built on the life of the development. They are a full stop to the development. They are an absolute boundary to and checking unrestricted sprawl. Certainly more so than the edge line that you showed in your photograph one.
Well, design it as it is, there's a check on unrestricted sprawl. So that's where
That's enough to do the job, isn't it?
well, there's no sprawl there at the minute.
No, but it's an allocated site that's coming forward to develop.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Do you accept the point? Do you see the point? They're there for the lifetime of the development.
I accept the
They
permit.
can't be built.
I accept the permits.
They
That's
serve a function.
I accept the permits, but it's about where they are. And the new site boundary, that's been put in the plans, as spoke about yesterday, the design and access to it, and it shows the clear intention of the developers to put that new boundary further up the hillside. And as I said, it said the site boundary is to be planted with screen plantings so as to manage the relationship between the built environment and the urban front of the art. It's clear there that it's clear there that it's clear there that the developer does feel that the built environment, and I'm repeating myself on this, it's clear that the developer does say that the built environment is below what they consider that new boundary. Well, I feel, and I know it hasn't been said, but I feel that they consider the new green belt boundary.
That's one of the changes of the use. Clearly, it's one of the exceptions in paragraph 50. You say it's not in SS10. Let's just have a look at SS10. Can you turn it up? It's page 55 of the local plan. Full document 411. Other forms of development, I'm reading from part 3, other forms of development which may be appropriate in the green belt, provided it preserves openness of green belt and doesn't conflict with its purposes, include, and then there's A, B, C, D, E. The word include, you say that's a closed list. Do you know what you mean by closed list?
It's the advice from officers, and I've asked this question. And they've said we use it on a day-to-day basis for the closed list. That's what we put.
But what the word include, let me just put us a very simple example. Cars include Hondas. Is an Audi a car? Include is an open list, patently and obviously.
We use it, as I said.
Well, that will be
on a day-to-day basis.
that will be a misuse of your policy. That will.
It's not what I've been advised.
And therefore, if it is to include those things, it is not to exclude others.
As I've said, it includes those, and if we take it word for word, like we said, it does not conflict with its purposes, include these. When we do use this as a closed list slide. And it's practice as well, how we use it before.
And it is clearly possible to interpret 150 of NPPF and this as being entirely consistent, provided one uses the word include in the normal English sense.
When it comes to 150, I mean that yesterday, but how we looked at that when it came to the material changes. We did the weight on it, and we did but less weight in the local plan. That's our first weekly document.
And what use is it that you say is causing you a problem? Because when you describe this in your evidence at 802, you actually simply repeat change to landform to create substructures. Now that's the engineering operation. The use of such a basin is what? What's the actual use of it?
The use is
very occasional maintenance.
It's changing from the minute. The use of the minute, it's peaceful land, it's grazing land. What's that?
What is the actual effect of very occasional maintenance? You see, use is different to physical things. Physical words that covered by engineering operations.
Here we never made a judgment.
Here
we never made a judgment on the effects of it. What we did is we looked at the.
We never made a judgment on the effect of the
on that material change. What we did look at was whether it wasn't a material change. That's what we had to look at. So the material change use, I think we made that clear.
So you determined if it was, and then because of your interpretation of SS10 as a closed list, you said it was automatically inappropriate.
It was inappropriate when it came to the local plan, but not when it came to the latest 21 planning framework.
So in terms of paragraph 150, you maintain no inappropriateness in the closed use in relation to this.
It's covered in there, but we can't argue that. Absolutely. All right. I made that clear yesterday.
Quickly, the number of dwellings. You made the point that the application seeks a maximum of 397. In fact, the application seeks up to 397. You then go on to say if the subs had to be out of the green belt, it's likely to reduce the numbers. Have you done any master plan to demonstrate that?
What we worked on is what's been put forward by the developer.
And what was put forward by the developer in respect of pointing it out to you yesterday was when there was any scheme involving not using the green belt, it was 496, it was already one different. Are you actually saying that if the green belt had to be avoided, this appeal has to be refused? This is up to, if reserve access applications come forward for very good reasons, they will include 377, 357, for whatever reason that might be, that would be in accordance with the terms of the Act. But there is absolutely nothing stopping the inspector granting planning permission the way you suggest.
So you lost what you cover that again, please. Yeah, it's comment on that inspection again.
Your point was if the subs can't be in the green belt, the planning permission automatically has to be refused.
Okay. On that point, I think that's something we have to look at again as a planning committee. That's not you on that. It's fundamentally not that it's inside the green belt, and we should only ever, as a planning committee, as an authority, be giving permission on sites that we've fully looked at, that our planning officers have looked at, and that we've considered as a planning committee.
This was granted planning permission. The development wasn't in the green belt.
I think that's exactly how that made that clear.
And this was a consequence, the way you put it. It's not brilliant in any evidence whatsoever, but even it, as a consequence, remember the few rights, it's still important in the alternative planning up to means anything up to is still in terms of.
And I think when you look at the original master plan put forward in front of the local plan inspector, it did include, like I mentioned yesterday, the 396 and the subs all within window.
Not a basis for refusal. You say when you're looking at the benefits, and I think this is your essential challenge, that we should only be interested in the difference between with and without the subset. And you say in terms of 828, there's no reason to doubt that housing development will come forward on the allocated site should this proposal be refused. Application has been in for 4 years now. It was refused for 7 reasons. You've already made clear to us that you wanted to reinstate all of them. It's clear to us that Rage are concerned with all of them. If there's another planning application ever had to be made to this site because this appeal was refused, we're not going to see that. This is the whole tactic. We're not going to see this come forward on this site. If the council has anything to do with it whatsoever, and it is a regular 4 years and years. That's your position, isn't it? It's exactly what you're trying to achieve.
No, because you're soon going to get elected in May. But this is you're saying down to me personally. We've got a planning committee made up of lots of different councillors. We've got a
whole council. It's not down to one person.
It's really pointless question.
Well, it goes to how long we might have to wait to see the benefits of affordable housing.
Which will make it less.
Mr. Rollinson's going to deal with the rest of the benefits in much more detail, but in terms of affordable housing, if I can just pick on that one alone, this proposal, which is 397 dwellings, brings forward nearly 80 affordable housing dwellings. There's a current waiting list of nearly 2,500 households. There is a huge capacity need for affordable housing right here, right now, including in Canada.
There is a need for an affordable housing. I'll already agree with that. Yeah, but that's the same everywhere. If you look at what
So we dismiss.
no, but it's something we accept and something we work towards. I tried to cover some of these points yesterday and accepted the inspectors. The inspectors stopped me at the time because these figures weren't included, and I do accept that. I take the point. But if you're pressing me on it, I can point towards what we have delivered and what our objectively assessed needs are.
As it was
That's what you're asking me about.
No. 79 units, 80 units. When there is a massive need, and we agree there is a massive need.
No, I'm not going to agree with you.
We don't think there's much of a need for affordable housing.
I didn't say either. Those are both two separate things. There's much need and there's a massive need.
Well, yeah, 2,500 people on the waiting list, Mr. Wallace as evidence.
There is a need.
2,500 real people wanting housing, right?
And I say it's again, like, there is a need.
Yeah,
and accept
and
that.
you don't put much weight on it.
The reason there's not much wait time is this, is we're not looking for me that 397, because it's accepted that the site will deliver 230. That's been accepted before. So we looked at the difference, which is the extra 67 houses, and then we applied our policy of 20%. Sorry, we applied our policy of 20%, which comes to 13 houses. And that, when we looked at it as a committee, and how I still looked at it, an extra 13 houses, I don't apply much weight now. If it delivered 2,500 affordable houses, then yes, I would say it deserves more weight because the number, but it's the amount and the effect it would have at the expense of losing greenbelt land. So that's why we put a little weight on it. I made that clear yesterday.
How long do we have to wait if it's refused to get anything?
That's not things like that, is it?
A good idea is that they're all the time.
What I can say is our objective assessment is 172. It's 172.
Per annum.
And we're not meeting that, because it's not just the council that has to deliver it. Our objectively assessed need for houses was 283. Because we are pro house building, and you probably don't get that, but as a council, we are first. Sorry, 330. I think it's 330. Now, that's that 330 that we took on board ourselves. If you look at 20% of that, it's nowhere near 172. It's nowhere near 172. So we don't just expect, it's not just us as a council that delivers on that. There's housing associations, private landlords, and there's all manner of delivery in all manner of ways. So it's not just down to us to deliver on affordable housing. Right. So the reason it carried little weight, and I stand by it, is that it would be an extra 13, that would be 20%. And when you look at what we've actually done as a council, we work towards it. So if you look at the ones we've actually built, there's been 621 built, and we're not expecting to say no to this because it's not in any documents. But if you ask me about affordable, 621 built from the beginning of the plan, 2014 to March 2021. And that is, as it happens, 20.5% out of the houses that have been built. So we're actually meeting our policy requirement, not meeting the objective assessment. No, but we're meeting our policy requirement as much as we're supposed to deliver as a council. And that's monitored annually by the council. We realise it's important, but we're not in full control of the situation. And so those extra 13 hours we already put the weight on it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to bring something?
No.
Well, I haven't got anything to say, but thank you, because you're not a finance, but I think we can say that. I know you're on the planning committee, but you're not, you don't have the qualifications and so on. So thank you for putting yourself forward in the absence of any other business on the council side. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. That was not for the county council. I'm sure you might agree then.
In some direction, but we're aware of
Yeah, clearly. Okay. Let's take a short adjournment then. And then when we come back, we're going to start hearing from the economists witness and bring about the planning matters. David Robinson. So if you want to make yourself comfortable in time when we resume, should we come back at 10 past? Good, okay, welcome back. Just before the break, I was approached by Mr. Thompson, who asked me a question about whether interested parties could make closings. It's not standard procedure in an inquiry for interested parties to make closings. It's normally for Rule 6 or for either the appointment of the council to do that. That's one of the rights that they have in the inquiry procedures. I just wanted to get both sides of comments though, because this is a slightly unusual case in that I realised there's an inequality of arms between the council and the appellant. So I just wanted to garner your opinions first before I make a decision on this.
I think it would be unusual. I think there was an opportunity to apply to become a Rule 6 party. I think it's important the statements that were read out yesterday were with us, received those before.
Have you not?
No, we have now.
Oh, good.
But only after the amendment.
Oh, that's unusual.
I didn't cross-examine them. I didn't treat them as though they were a Rule 6 party. I think that does have consequences. I didn't seek to cross-examine, but as I didn't treat them. I think it would be unusual. It is your judgment at the point. I don't want to talk about all of it, but I think I've had a very significant opportunity to speak over a long period of time, longish period of time, make their points, and they are before you in writing already.
Mr. Harlow, any thoughts?
Madam, I recognise, as has already been said, that it would be unusual. That does not mean it is impossible. It is a matter for your discretion. I don't consider that it would be appropriate for the council to take a formal position either way.
Okay. If I just explain as well, just for the purposes of self-responsibility, the reason why, just to give you the background to these sorts of rules, is that an inquiry has certain rules about deadlines and where we hear evidence and about new evidence being introduced, because as much as I know you're opposed to it, he has to have the opportunity to have a response to things that are laid next door, so to speak. And so the problem here is introducing the reason why we have interest parties at the start of the inquiry is that we have the inquiry time for the appellant to respond to your concerns. And clearly, if you begin speaking at the end of introducing the evidence, that's not in the interest of fairness, that's not fair for the appellant. Did you want to say any more, Mr. Cox, about what it was you wanted to do? Well, then I'd be reading it and everybody has to see it then. I'll try to decide things through that. So what I was interested in, was it, because clearly you acted as a group, is it a summary of, as a group, or was it an individual thing?
Yeah, I suppose it's not something I actually explore. It's kind of a summary that might be able to do a group. I want to be able to start. Now, we're hearing a lot of things before, which I understand, but I wanted to try and understand the point that the residents are trying to make it.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. I think if it was more of a group thing, that you wanted to just make a very brief summary of closing of how you felt, and that it didn't introduce any evidence, that's something I might be minded to consider. But I think as an individual, I've heard your representations at the start of the inquiry, and my decision would be not to hear any further. Okay. Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on then. Welcome to the forum, and you should present everything since you've been already.
Thank you. If I can introduce Mr. Lawrenson to the inquiry, just briefly, his qualifications and experience are set out in section 1 of his brief. He's a chartered town planner, degree in town and country planning, member of the RTPI, diploma in planning and environment through all of the university, over 35 years experience in the profession. Worked in the public sector as well as the private sector in multidisciplinary consultancy. Lots of experience in terms of appeals, 140 development plan section, 78 inquiries, hearings and compulsory purchase order inquiries. Is that all correct, Mr. Lawrence? It is, yes, thank you. And relevant to your experience, can you just briefly set out your experience of dealing with greenbelt matters and greenbelt ponds?
Yes, certainly. My company and my role is the involvement in local plan evolution for the science right away through the regulation 1819 inquiry, local planning inquiry. I'm also involved in greenbelt planning applications and calling inquiries, and I have specific experience of such facilities have been located within the so I would say I am an experienced practitioner.
And can you please start by just explaining, and I don't mean as a drainage actor here, but as an overall effect on the scheme, the drainage strategy for development of this site and how it's come about in the environment?
Yes, thank you. I think this is important because I'm not sure the actual rationale for why the such spaces are where they are has been explained. So you've heard already that the topography of the site, and I show in appendix 1 of my evidence the nature of the topography of the site. And what I mean by that is both the allocation that falls over 44 metres down the hill, and then what's been referred to as the southern spoil mound. And therefore, what we're actually focusing on is what I refer to as a giant valley, but we could feel the products when I come to it. So I think the topography is important. In my evidence, page 30, I've shown that occasional ponding. I haven't heard anything this morning or yesterday that denies it occasional ponds. And similarly, I've explained, and I think my evidence has been confirmed that spoil is man-made. Now, on the drainage strategy, the reference for you in my group evidence is 524 to 532. And what I've tried to do is to take a lot of drainage work done by the experts and look at it from a planner point of view. At the moment, water hits the ground on the allocation site. Infiltration is being shown to be viable, and therefore, whilst there is some percolation, it flushes, it overland flows down the hill in the allocation site and also from the southern mountain. That flashing provides both ponding on this, informal ponding on this subs area. You may recall in my appendix 8 that we photographed it before and after. There is a hard-standing former colliery road. And unfortunately, what seems to be happening from the drainage engineers' experience is the water has nowhere to go. And what it does, therefore, is it flashes across that macadam area down onto the road. And that's what the residents have explained to the existences of flooding within the road. So that's a pre-existing problem. And we accept that's a pre-existing problem. And it's why it's a pre-existing problem, because it's a man-made dry valley. It's a man-made feature. So what the drainage consultants have done, and again, I can take to the specific references in my evidence if it helps, but they revised a strategy that captures the water coming from the southern mountain, captures the water coming down from the allocation side, ultimately allows for an outflow into Upperthorpe, which you've probably heard about, and holds the water at the bottom of the hill in order to be able to control that discharge against the requirements. There's various detailed technical assessments associated with that, but the Rogers Lease drainage report, which is CD 718, for your reference paragraph 411.9, demonstrates that solution is a 61% better over the current situation. So we solve the problem in addressing this. That's the fundamental nature of it. But in evolving that solution, the basic principle is we mimic the existing drainage characterisation, and again, I can give you the references of that. I've set all this out in my group evidence, principally in paragraph 529. What that allows us to do by putting the subbasin at the bottom of the hill is to capture the water from the southern lines, capture the water from the allocation site, hold it to discharge it. So the valley site, if you picture the site north-south, the allocation site is the north, the southern boundaries, what it says. The valley sides form part of that natural containment already of water. Is it helpful to just turn to your appendix one, please, and just have a look at it? Explain that a little bit. Certainly. Appendix one in my big bundle, to your information. Yes. If you turn the bundle in 90 degrees, the area highlighted green in the sections is the area that the subs broadly covers in cross-section. And I appreciate it's very faint, but hopefully you can see the topography through those three cut lines to demonstrate what I've just said, that it is physically at the bottom of two hills forming the dry valley, and therefore we naturally mimic that scenario.
And to be completely straightforward about it, the X and Y axis on those sections are not equal.
No, they're not. No, they're not. It's to demonstrate the point, but the topography is technical survey as part of the application drawing. Well, what that location does then is it utilises that natural containment, so it utilises the natural ground profile of northern south. It picks up the water from the south, and that's self-evident, but if we perched the subs basins further up the allocation side, they would be above where the water comes down from the south, so they wouldn't actually solve the problem. I'm also advised, and this again is in my paragraph 527, that if we perch the subs basin above that low point, there is a danger of springs forming below it that would, again, not solve the problem. And the last point around perching this higher is, and I think it's a point Mr. Sagar took the witness to, we would have to construct an element of reinforcement of that basin within the allocation site that held the structure up. So in effect, in 3 dimensions, the section that we're looking at now would have an extra bump, and it would have a very obtuse face coming down to that level. So I'm not bringing forward an alternative. What I'm saying to you is that is the rationale. That is why the subsbasins end up where they do. But if I can just follow on with the drainage strategy market for that.
Just before you move across to that, there is a faint vertical line in the middle of the green section, which I think defines a green belt. Is that right?
It is right, yes.
So it's more or less the green bit is sort of half and half in the green belt.
It is indeed, yes, indeed.
Yeah, sorry.
No, please do. So the overall drainage strategy in utilising, mimicking and working with the topography is the water comes down onto the new development. It flows through swales or road gullies. It then goes into oversized pipes, And the oversized pipes, not in the grid log, in the allocation element, hold that water. And actually, the oversized pipes are between 0.5 metre and 1 metre lower than the subs. So the oversized pipes fill up, and hence the discussion around the very infrequent water retention within the subs. It has to fill up and overtop. And generally, that will not.
So it's overtop the underground pipes before it comes into the base.
So not overtop the subs. Yes, indeed. So again, it helped me to understand from the drainage engineer. There's two different things. There's a subs basin and there's a subs pond. A pond is a permanently wet feature that holds the water all the time. A subs basin is an offline feature, i.e. the drainage generally is working through the oversized pipes, and only in that event, I won't say extreme event, but in that flood event, does the water come through from the pipe into the subs. That means that the character and nature, which I will come on to, of a subs pond compared to a subs basin are fundamentally. I do set out and have set out within my evidence in 528 the policy approach towards sub-basins, and I don't propose to go through that in detail, but as a practitioner, we are clearly moving more and more towards sustainable drainage. It's a policy imperative. The NPPF tells us that there's various policy requirements that if we can utilise sustainable drainage going forward, and that's this approach that we've done. And to be fair, that's the approach that all consultees have supported. So there's no reason for refusal or allegation from any consultee or the council that drainage solution is not fit for purpose. It's the implication of policy. So that takes me to a point, I hope, where we perhaps has not been put across so far, where you can see why we are coming forward with what we are doing and what the nature of these basins are, i.e. depressions in the land, rather than engineered dams that we've been told, but ponds. These are a different feature.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. If we now turn to get the framework and get into the green belt policy a little bit, and 150 of the framework, fairly straightforward, and I think common ground points, but of what is proposed within the green belt, does it fit within the defined exception of the paragraph 150?
Yeah, yes, indeed. Paragraph 150, sub-element B, engineering operations. It clearly goes, and I say it clearly does because I think Councillor Foster conceded this, but you will see in my evidence the Oxford case, which is my paragraph 5.40, where that clarification is made, and there is the court indicated halfway down that paragraph. An engineering operation is an operation supervised by an engineer, and I think I demonstrated that that's the case. It's not necessarily only designed by an engineer, it's a collaborative approach with landscape and everybody else, but it has a function, which is the case here. And in so doing, then this subs basin fits within that engineering operation, and again, being taken to the board case and the place that
and the other live point is material change of use. Falls within the same paragraph, it's subject to the same test, the same proviso.
It is, and clearly there's an issue here in terms of the answer to your question, Mr. Sager. Yes, it is indeed E, and it is a material change. I set out in my evidence that I do not believe that the subs basin is a material change of use, and the reference for your notes is paragraph 541.
Would you say it about the
Yes, by all means. So the subs basin, as I say, will not be substantially different from that which exists at the moment. What I mean by that is it is currently grassland that occasionally ponds. we are proposing something that will be progressive for decades of economies. Now, those two elements are not different in terms of use. We are not proposing public use. In fact, we talked about defensible boundaries in order to be able to address that. And if it helps, the reference I was going to ask you to pick up on is CD 613. Okay. It is indeed the Secretary of State's decision.
It's again 6.1.
It's going through. The two paragraph references that, again, witnesses have been taken to before is paragraph 16 of the Secretary of State's decision, and paragraph 131 is hopefully highlighting the inspector's decision. The first sentence of the highlighted the proposed country park would be a change of use of land. The proposed sustainable drainage infrastructure would be created in the country park would amount to engineering operations. The inspector and the Secretary of State really had a separation between a change of use in this instance for recreation, clearly we don't have that in our case, and the engineering operations of sustainable urban drainage. That paragraph and subsequently Secretary of State's decision, paragraph 16, does not conflate it.
But if we were just for a moment, and not overriding the second that you just said, but just for a moment, assume it was a change of use, is it subject to the same provisos as the correction?
Yes, exactly.
And we might be jumping in by size, but does the use actually have any impact on investment purposes?
No. Because the use itself is, what do you say, occasional, exceptional management and maintenance activities. And that's occasional or exceptional management and maintenance activities, I'm advised by the drainage engineer, would be once every 6 months in a scenario, and I don't consider that to be a use that has any material into it.
And whilst we're on the change of use point, this 10 of the local plan, I think we're about there on this, but a closed list that excludes change of use. Your views?
I can't accept the interpretation of the local authority. I mean, include must be, these are examples of activities that could.
Because you've got students beyond the list. Is there any real difference then between the current NPPS and that policy?
No, I'm the council's policy officers there.
So let's turn to preservation of openness. Being the proviso in
Just while we're here,
Yeah.
I'm just interested to know about reading public access. Is there a reason why we're not like that?
No, I think to be fair to the council witness, the earliest he was dealing with public access, and it was my view that they shouldn't. It was principally around the three elements that we'll move on to with openness, the third element of that degree of activity.
So it's feedback. It's not a safety thing.
No, it's not a safety thing. There is actually a risk assessment at the back of the drainage assessment that identifies, because of the softness of the slopes, then it's not a danger. If it was an engineered, a sustainable urban drainage pond, that might be a different scenario, but it's not. So there's no danger scenario It's simply my view in order to be able to give the clarity working through. And we don't need to encourage the public in there because we already exceed the public open space requirements within the site. So it was a choice that we could make.
It's not a safe matter, and there's no need to provide more. Just in that Secretary of State decision, those country park with sites, presumably those were similar.
If it assists, my
basins with project access.
so my appendix 6, perhaps the drawings for that York decision, the elements associated, and the sustainable urban drainage in that scenario sat directly within a country park. So
In the green belt.
And there's 3 drawings, and the last drawing shows some dry basins, some wet, and therefore in this decision, and I've been to the site in preparation for this, but I had no involvement in the site. In this scenario, they decided that they were to allow the public to access that. In our scenario, we have the 2 footpaths at either end of the sustainable urban drainage element to existing footpaths. So the public can utilise and go through this area on existing footpaths with no change, other than we will provide additional hedgerows and hedging along those edges. And then I hope, Ron, you've also picked up in my evidence that we are seeking to enhance the accessibility within the retained window to the south of that. And actually, if you want to on the site visit, there's a very pleasant walk that links the 2 together. So again, it's not as though the interface with the green belt here is just this site. It's part of a wider area that has a recreational function.
And just while we're here, if we were to get access, how would you do that?
So what we
How would you visit that?
certainly, I think in terms of a planning condition, we couldn't frame a condition that said it would be precluded. What we sought to do, and if you have a look at the condition, the final condition is to agree a means of enclosure associated with discouraging, and that means of enclosure in the green belt with the hedges, so that it has no bearing upon openness. Within the allocation site, the draft condition indicates that that will be a form of enclosure that will be agreed with the local authority. So that might also be a hedge, it might be a leeway offence. But what we're really trying to do is to demonstrate as part of the development, that which is a public space, that which is a private space.
If you have an objection, let's say I decided there wasn't it's in this additional open space, why not?
No, we would have no problem with that, Mark. It was a judgment I made clearly in the planning application.
So it's a judgment based really on the thing about
It is.
Mr. Anderson, just ask the thoughts in my mind. The open space, when we just have a look at the statement of common ground, if we turn on the conduct somewhere in yes, it's called document 331. And if you have a look at it, so each open space figures, which are pages, I think 35. Yes, indeed. And there is a would require, and then indent Roman 1, 2, 3. The sum of those is less than 1.6. Yes. And if you just keep that number in mind, and I don't know whether you've got Mr. Walshaw's appendices, you could go to those appendix 11, I think. And just for the For the simplicity of the point, the SUDS area is identified in its totality, both greenbelt and non-greenbelt, as 1.0, just over a hectare. Yes, the total open space 6.72 hectares. Take the entire SUDS area away from the entire green space, and you've got, let's say, the ready maths, 5.5 hectares.
Yes.
And you compare that back to the open space requirement for the number of dwellings that's in the statement of common ground, just under 1.6. Your thoughts in terms of the sufficiency?
Yes, indeed, it's my maths won't do it, but a 3 to 4 time exceedance without the SUDS areas, and I think, man, that's because, as Mr. Walshaw sets out, that he undertook a design-led solution. Several of these areas might be mining risk, they might be existing ecological areas, so it's not a formulaic calculation in the minimum, it's placemaking, and in so doing, it exceeds the public open space by a factor of 3.
Unless there's anything more on that, I was going to ask you to explore preserve openness, first as a concept, and then second as an application to the scheme. So, approach to preserve openness. What does it mean?
Yes, Mark. So, I think we've established that, in my view, I'm very clear that the engineering operations fall fairly and squarely within paragraph 150. And paragraph 150 has a single test. It says, provided that they preserve it, and whatever that may be, its openness, and do not conflict with the purposes of the building land within it. So that's that single test. The tests in paragraph 147 and 148 relate solely to inappropriate. They're 2 separate things. They're absolutely separated. And I think that on the face of it, it's very clear that 147, 148 deal with inappropriate development. 149 is buildings and doesn't have the additional test of openness and purposes. One doesn't. Yeah. So what that means is there's a cascade approach to these various elements, and that is where we need to look. And again, had raised with you the Lee Valley case, which is CD 6.1.11, and that deals directly from as a practitioner for me to read these sorts of cases. I need to understand them, but I think paragraph 17 is very, very clear, and I think it's already been taken, but you'll note the conclusion is, I think it is quite clear that buildings for agricultural and forestry and other development, which is the forerunner of the current NPPR, that is not inappropriate in the green belt, are not to be regarded as either harmful either to the openness of the green belt or the purposes. I think that is very, very helpful, but actually it's a confirmation of the practicality of what I've just interpreted the NPPM to do. And I think what that allows us to do is to do that single approach, single assessment. It comes back to openness and purposes. And I think once we do that, and again, I listened to the cross-examination this morning, it's Councillor Foster's point 1, once we do that and we undertake that assessment, that tells us it's probably very good. And I think what I also found very helpful, and you'll see the Sam Smith's case, which I do refer to in my evidence and which puts against Councillor Foster, this idea that the concept of openness does not imply freedom from any form of development. Again, that to me is logical, because when you look at paragraph 150, for example, F, development including building, well, by definition, a building is a building in the green belt, and that can fit within that test. Well, perhaps more relevance to this case, I'll come back to engineering, but mineral extraction, we've you've heard about Eurobarolo, which is CV 618, but there are always noise bumps around the edge of the noise activities. There are spoil groups, there are activities associated with earth movement, but they still are identified as falling within 150. Change of use of land, for sport, golf courses have bunkers, they have changes in levels. That's the nature of it. We have goalposts, we have clubhouses, all of these things change the physical nature, change the operative word, change the physical nature of the green belt. Cemeteries have graves. Now, all of these things, I just think logically as a planner, that makes sense. And when we come to the engineering operations, our specifics, again, you've already been taken to the Oxford case and the York case and the Oxford case and the review pumping station and various other activities, as well as the basins that we've got and the York case again, just enjoying both west ponds and dry ponds. So, as a matter of principle, it seems to me entirely logical that these exceptions are listed for a reason, and in line with Sam Smith, reaffirming the principle that there will be change, and that change will still fit within Para 150. So, to me, man, the correct approach, the approach I've taken, is to assess the degree of change. And once you assess that degree of change, there will be a point at which it tips into harm, and that's the point it goes to inappropriate development. But it is not one blade of grass or one lump of soil that results in it becoming inappropriate development. There is a degree of change, which is a judgment that I've made and we ultimately will make with regard to openness of purposes, but that's the single step. It's that judgment on the openness of purposes.
So I think what you're saying, there's a threshold of change, which is acceptable.
Yes.
And it maintains you within preservation of openness.
Yes.
That's the judgment in any case as to where that threshold is at.
Yes, and that's what we do as well. That's a judgment. I'll come on to the appeal case itself, but the legislators, the people that wrote the NPPF, that's entirely appropriate. The law doesn't get involved in planning judgments, so planning judgments are made by the decision makers.
So apply that to this case. I think you've got basically 2 points you're making there. First is that preservation of openness doesn't depend on no change. And the second is once you've determined whether something is appropriate, you don't go further in terms of the substantial weight of it. But apply that to this case, please, because that's what we really want to do.
Yes, and Mum, your reference, paragraph 548 in my group working through, but again, I'll talk you through it rather than asking you to look at it now. So, case law's demonstrated that the assessment of openness we need to look at, and this is the Euro garages, we need to look at what element of the green belt is impacted, and that's not just the site itself, it's whatever area is affected, and I have identified that and quantified that in my appendix 7. Because of the topography of the site and because of the southern mound, then I have a drawing in my appendix 7 if it's easy for you to get to, where not only have I walked the site in detail, I've walked it with the development team and I've walked it with the landscape team, and you will see an A3 fold out of photographs titled Visual Effect. And you will see an A3 fold out behind that, which is a broad annotation. Sorry, my appendix. No, that's the next one. So that, yes, that's the one behind. So what I've done is to walk all the views and identify a very, very localized area that has the potential to be affected through change, and it is localized. So the next planner of the map is the hatched area, is the broad area. on. So it's the majority of the allocation site which is called the kinetic belt, and it's the apex, the order of the civil ground. You start going down the southern slope. So I've started from that point of view. What's the area? I've then looked at.
Sorry to just
Yes.
for a second. Further south in the crest of the quarry soil tip, are there any views, not of the allocation site, but of the area of that site that's in the green belt, of the application site that's in the green belt?
No, and the photo that I've just taken to you to in Appendix 7, you can see on the bottom right hand side 1, 2, 3. They are the location where potential views, and the annotation shows where the extent of the allocation site is, but you cannot, so if you're taking, you cannot actually see the sort of area from those views. Those are representative views from the professional farm.
And within the development allocation itself, once it is brought forward, the visibility of this particular greenbelt bit of land, how will that be? Will it be all the way up to the existing houses or not?
No, I've patched that simply because that's the existing situation, and clearly there are trees, there are various things that could block that. But once the development is at play, then there will be certain vistas and viewpoints through the development, but the whole of the development will not have a visual relationship with the vista.
And is there a view from the east and west? When you look at that hatched area, taking into account trees, topography, when I say east and west, I mean off Green Lane on your former access track.
Yeah, I think if you don't mind, Mr. Sager, can I come to that under the visual assessment of openness? Yes. So there are, what I've tried to do is I have walked the site with the landscape, with the design, in order to be able to get those views and then give you those representative views of the design. So I'll come back to that, if I may. So I've established the potential area, the potential receptors, and clearly there are footpaths going through at either end, not through the middle, but at either end of the sub areas, and those are potential receptors. The actual area in between those footpaths is not open to the public, it's greater plan, therefore the potential receptors should not be on that part of the site. So in spatial terms, what I've done is to look at what is the actual change, what's the nature of the change. So first of all, the parameters plan confirms no build form, so there will be no buildings. And we put forward a condition indicating that there will be no structures, because those structures, headboards, etc., can be outside of the green belt. I think Mr. Foster conceded that, and I set that out with my paragraph 5. So the changes are there for ground modelling only. I don't subscribe to Councillor Foster's issue that water is a spatial change. So what I've then looked at spatially, I'll come to visually, is the natural or unnatural element of the form. So can I take you now to the long sections and the cross sections in my evidence, which is through. Thank you. Just as a reminder, Appendix 3 is the plans package submitted on the 3rd of February by ourselves in order to assist both you and the council in their understanding. No doubt we will come to the veracity of the drawings themselves, but in terms of the packages that we've identified, the first drawing shows the 3 sustainable urban drainage basins. You can see the hedgerows flanking either side of the footpaths on either end, and hedgerows continuing existing hedgerows north-south through into this sort of area. So it's a, and you may be able to pick up in the key that the grassland is a wildflower meadow, neutral grassland. There is a hedgerow along the southern boundary, and there are sporadic trees. Clearly this isn't it, but in terms of identifying the form and character of what we're seeking to do, I feel that this is the nature of it. What we then did, if we turn to the cross-section first, which is the third drawing, and I think what these cross-sections very helpful at doing is show how this sits naturally in that pre-existing dry valley. So you can see that in terms of the change through all those cuts, there is change. I fully accept there is change. But that change is very, very minimal in cross-section because it utilises the existing dip working through. Now, just to sort of give you the context, where you can see on the left-hand side the words extent of greenbelt, that's the greenbelt location, and then the red line is the edge. That distance between extent of greenbelt and red line is about 20 metres, varies between 20 to 30 metres. So what we're actually talking about here is half of the subsponge in a 20 to 30 metre strip. This is cross-section, but we did a second long section in a minute. And you can see how indicatively the changes in levels tie back in to the southern mountain. And you can see, hopefully you can read it, but by all means take the tools and I'll explain it if not. The minimum change of land volume in this section. If we do the same on the long sections, just before we leave the cross sections, there are two that are sections across the points that divide between one subspace and another. Yes, GG, and DB. Yes. Point you were just making about tying in, if we actually look at the sections themselves, it's just in the context of this point that was being put by Councillor Foster that we sort of appreciated the thought this was going to be so significant above natural levels of ground grazing on the bits that sit between the two basins. And I explored within that you've got to think about that in the context of the surrounding land, north and south. Can you just let me have your thoughts in relation to that, please? Yes, certainly. So both DD and GG show land raising in that location, and that land raising in that location is of about 2 metres. Now, what Councillor Foster was doing was conflating land raising and land reduction, and I didn't understand that reducing the land form was a problem. What this shows is against the baseline of the existing levels in these areas, which are the two areas that we focused on. The indicative scheme shows an increase of approximately 2 meters.
And from the green belt boundary moving towards the site boundary, just explain how that then sits in the context of that southern mound further beyond the site boundary. The notion appeared to be from this Councillor Foster that this was something that was going to protrude up as though there's no obvious standing on it.
Correct. No, I asked whether it was the landscapers to extend the cross section in order to allow that judgment to be made, and I hope it's self-evident from these sections that this is a tie-in to a natural existing man-made existing southern mound such that the gradients flow through.
Because it itself taller and kind of to AOV standards when these bits. Yeah. sorry, we're going to go to the long side.
Yes. No, so exercise on the long sections. To give you the context, you can see the scale bar. The total length between the two footpaths, so where you can see the long section working through, the total length is about 300 metres. This is the long section of the subs area. And it's self-evident, but I'll say it anyway. The changes tie into existing levels at either end, such that we start at one footpath level and we finish at another footpath level, and everything ties back in. And that overall drop, that overall fall across that whole section is about 12 metres. So it's been put to you before that this is a flat pastoral landscape. It is not. Otherwise, why would the water pond? This site has a series of undulations, a series of depressions, a series of activities within it in order for it to have that long second fall, which is why I'd explained the water then goes all the way down, hits the colliery road and flashes through. So what's within that context, what we've identified in the drawing handed out this morning are those maximum changes of both cut and fill. And again, I reiterate, this is an indicative scheme, but what they do is demonstrate this overall fall down the hill from east to west, and they allow the viewer, straight into the visual, but it's relevant to spatial, they allow us to still see from the footpaths this open landscape falling down the hill with a series of depressions in order to get to the far end. And you can see that we've also put hedgerows in there and spread of trees in there. I think it's worth just giving you context on the spatial, because it's something that, again, the drainage people have helped me with. The subspace's guidance, and the reference for this is CV718, I'm not sure if it's turned up, but one, which is the drainage evidence by Harris Park. And that's paragraph 4, 11, 14. What he's basically telling us is that subs guidance tells us that the side slopes for subs should be a maximum of 1 in 3. The reason I say that now is when an MPPF talks about engineering operations, or the Secretary of State in York is thinking about engineering operations and subs, that's what it tells us is the maximum of 1 in 3. And you can see, I hope, in this annotated plan, that we are talking about 1 in 5, 1 in 4. This is lower than, this is not up against the maximum. So if the maximum is acceptable in that definition, we are smoother than that. And I found that quite helpful. Try and just think about that. But what is the framework for this? And I think my view spatially is that these are a series of naturalised depressions, and it currently has a series of naturalised depressions, and you'll see that inside. So I don't accept at all that this ground modelling, indicative as it is profiling as any adverse effect, any harm of spatial agents. It has changed, but no.
The steepest indicator is 1 in 4. Just describe the nature of that in terms of the language is sometimes important in these things. It was a damn wall.
You can see on the section there's 2 elements to it. I'm looking at the 5 metre on the central left. There is the element of retention of the first basin on the left. Then there is a maintenance strip which is to the right of that, and then there is the angle of the post for the second. So this is a series of level changes that are not singular. certainly not vertical. You can see that 1 in 4 or that 14%. You can take a judgment of, pardon, 14 degrees, and you can take a judgment. It's very hard to be able to equate that, but from my point of view, in fact, sorry, man, let me do it the other way. In my rebuttal, we've had discussion around what is a base and what is a pond. In my rebuttal document, the very last photograph, where the last one, is a photograph of a sustainable urban drainage basin as exists. That's built. I got planning permission for it. I worked it through. That you can see on the edge. That is a 1 in 3 head. And you can see, in my view, that has no impact whatsoever on inspection, and yet we are better than that. And that's, we've had this sort of discussion, and we will come to it no doubt, about the photo montages and whether they're verified. That's a camera that I took. Want to have a look at those images? Yes, so more to say on this. No, I think I'll move on, if I may, to the visual side of openness. So clearly, man, we're not dealing with the visual side of openness. Is not about landscape. It's policy. This is what we're looking at. I've already talked about the containment for the existing topography and the localised nature of the views. If we turn to DRO8, and what DRO8 does is, and Mr. Walshaw will take you through the detail of how and why what I'm going to say is factually correct, but it takes you through the verified viewpoints. And so if I step back, I walked the site with Mr. Walshaw, our drainage engineer, and our landscape engineer. Our landscape, who does verified viewpoints as a living, had his tripod, stood at the right location, identified that, took those views, and then Mr. Walshaw imported those views into a verified model, and the output is here. That's as far as I can go as a planner. They will be able to tell you more, but this is done of the quality of a particular area. And if we look at these views, first of all, view number 1, you'll be able to see the only change is on the left-hand side track, which is this colliery hall road that flashes. What we are proposing as part of the drainage strategy is to grub up that tarmac landscape bit such that that flash no longer happens. But for the purposes of the assessment of openness of the suds ponds, you can't see this in the house there. Viewpoint 2 is from what is, or should be, the public right of way. And when you come on site, you will see that a public right of way does not exist and an alternative has been created. And we've identified that in our drawings. I can come back to that if that will assist you. But we looked at the ability for that to be reopened if that's what ultimately happens at reserve matters, but certainly to retain the existing trunk path. But what viewpoint 2 does, again, shows we cannot see the sustainable drainage locations. Viewpoint 5, this is at the end of the Colliery Hall Road, again, same for, viewpoint 3, again, you cannot see. If you are very sharp-eyed, as Mr. Sager was, on the proposed, on the very, very left-hand side, 3/4 of the way up, you can see the top of the chimney, just to show you that that is a proposed and a verified view, that you can't see the system. Viewpoint 4 is from this trodden footpath, and I say trodden footpath in that it's got barbed wire fence alongside. It's clearly utilised. We're very, very happy to retain it and bring forward hedgerows. And you can see the view. You can see the majority of the allocation site, which is where the houses are. You can see on the top of the viewpoint for this pondy water, and it's interesting. This is the same day as the one with the phosphate snow that was there before in my pool. But you can also see, I hope, that you cannot see the such ponds other than the element that's outside the green belt within the allocation. So viewpoint 5, I think, is very helpful. So viewpoint 5, you can see the location of it, and you can see the annotation of where the green belt edge is. And I'm not going to reach the conclusion as to what Councillor Foster did or didn't say about the suitability of these drawings, if they are right, but they are right, and they do represent the scheme that we've identified in my appendix 3, and they do take account of the breaking levels, and they do take account of his concerns about dam walls, and that's the view. So visually, in terms of openness, I do not accept that there is any harm in terms of viewpoint 5. Well, I can walk you through all of these if that helps, but viewpoint 6 is from the allocation site looking out. Again, the tie-in back into the southern mound, you can see it on the bottom drawing, and again, it is entirely tremendous. Perhaps the next one for me to take you to of relevance is viewpoint 8. And viewpoint 8 is the opposite one of viewpoint 5. So you've already been taken to the weakness of the existing greenbelt boundary, which is that gapping hedge and post and rail fence. And what you can see in our viewpoint 8 is the extent of the sustainable urban drainage. You can see the new hedge and the new trees. Well, you can see on this one on viewpoint 8, central in the proposed head wall. You can see that head wall is in the allocation, not in the green belt. So it actually doesn't work. Yes. So those do work, because that's where the pipe is, and that's where the head wall needs to be. So again, that view working through there, I do not accept at all that there is any visual harm associated with that, and that again is a fully verified view looking back towards these cascade of the 3 ponds. Mom, the rest of the photos generally do the corresponding with the others to show, going back to Mr. Sager's earlier point, are there any views beyond the footpath where the sustainable urban drainage basin can be seen, and the answer is yes. So, from my perspective, there will be something to change, set that, but there will be no harm. And actually, I, as a practitioner, I am very comfortable that that which we have delivered at the Wakefield scheme, my rebuttal final photograph, is what will be delivered here. And I think that demonstrates very, very clearly that this is appropriate development. Just to finish that point on the degree of activity, I think I've covered it in your questions. Irrespective of whether the public occasionally get on, don't occasionally get on, this is not. Let's go back to those other exceptions in paragraph 150. Park and ride, one part of local transport elements, where there's a whole host of activity. This is occasional, if not negligible, activity. So clearly, from a degree of activity point of view, it's very, very much a good activity. So my view, clearly, we preserve our legends. Yes. On the purposes, again, for your reference, my paragraph 560 to 565, I go through each of them. Just to get rid of purpose D and E, I don't think there's any concern whatsoever from anybody there. Purpose B, neighbouring towns, statement of common ground agrees with that, but a third party resident did tell you that we are within a settlement gap, which is a single policy. And on your reference, page 57 of the local plan, figure 45 shows settlement gaps. We are not. So it identifies specific settlement gaps, and we are not settlement gap.
That was a reference, I think, yesterday to policy S11, and SS11 relates to the gaps on the plan. There is no gap here.
There is no gap. The
Policy doesn't apply.
Yeah. And that again just reaffirms the conclusion. I appreciate it's a different policy test, but it's a similar sort of issue around coalescence. And the paragraph 180 of the local plan inspector's report also confirms unlikely to be an impact on the strategic open gap. So I don't see purpose B being a vulnerable contention for some third parties. So purpose A and purpose C. Purpose A, check the unrestricted sprawl. Purpose C, safeguard countryside from encroachment.
Is it worth just looking at the language of proposed? Check the unrestricted sprawl. How do you read that? What does it mean?
Check means to stop. It means to prevent. And the unrestricted relates to that because it will be restricted. Sprawl is a different word. We can come to sprawl if you want. And I know Councillor Foster has put great store by an earlier coda comment around sustainable urban drainage being urban. I do not accept at all that sustainable urban drainage is in urban form. Otherwise, why would it be in paragraph 150? What we're really trying to do in that language is to reinforce and prevent sprawl. So what are we doing? We're creating a sustainable urban drainage basin, a series of basins that will be retained in perpetuity in the life of the development, such that they will not be built. We provide that full stop. We give that check. That, in my experience, is one of the strongest elements that you can provide. The old BBG2 guidance used to tell us about readily defensible boundaries. That is a strong boundary because it's not just a physical, it's a management and maintenance regime boundary that reinforces that. So in my view, that stop absolutely does prevent sprawl.
And there was a sort of suggestion that what this was all about was revising, changing, moving the greenbelt boundary.
Yes, I've heard this. Clearly, I have no truck with that. The only way to change the greenbelt boundary is through a local plan, not to a division. There is no question whatsoever of this greenbelt boundary within the adopted local plan being changed either as an aspiration of the appellant or by cultural grants of this appeal, because what this does is to reinforce that countryside nature. And on that, it may be helpful to look at that if that does assist you, because again, it's being looked at as a boundary. The existing boundary, in my view, is weak. And I say in my view, the local plan greenbelt assessment for your reference, C4112 specifically says that, page 122, it says that southern boundary is weak, and that's correct. And what the local plan inspector says, and again, please tell me if you want to pull these up or not, but what she says with regard to that weak boundary, in this is paragraph 8.2, reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning would provide a clear demarcation between the built-up area and countryside and create a strong indefensible greenbelt boundary. And if we are not doing careful green space planning, I don't know what we are doing.
182.
Yes, it is. What this wide swing gives is that permanence constraint. It makes it permanent. And it makes it permanent both physically and being maintained and in perpetuity. So I don't accept at all that there is a conflict between that. What we are seeking to do here, and sticking with purpose A and C, is to bring forward appropriate development in the green belt because it is appropriate development, but it as a function of helping and supporting purpose A and C, not undermining A and C.
Shall we move, unless there's any more on that, to conditions, control, and topic?
Yes, ma'am. Again, your reference in my group is 5.67. So I spent a lot of time there going through indicative and illustrative schemes in order to demonstrate that sustainable urban drainage basins are capable of doing appropriate development when brought forward through the reserve matters. And that's also what happened. I've mentioned already that conditions can control the disposition of uses through the parameters plan, and that's I believe that the council has intended on the ground. You will hear on the conditions session that whilst the council and we disagree over the precise wording, we have a similar view about controlling and providing the framework for the nature of the sustainable urban drainage coming forward. I say it needs an additional condition for the council say it's covered in the reserve matters conditions. You'll take a good look at that, but the ability to control the future sustainable urban drainage basins can be conditioned. That's absolute in my view. Many cases that I've secured it on that nature, and again we've been taken to not only the officer report committee that accepted that, but Secretary of State of Law, all of those elements. It's not it's so I set out in 567 the types of restrictions that could be put in place, and I'm very happy to discuss the elements, but I have no problem whatsoever with offering the conditionality to things that are actually possible.
So, any more on Greenbelt before we briefly, I think, just touch on the other previous reasons? Any more? You mentioned the local plan inspection. You mentioned that quote, that paragraph about Greenbelt boundary. But is there any more on the evolution of the local plan?
And I think, Ma'am, thank you, Mr. Soga. That was covered in cross-examination, but the actual facts and detail of it I set out in my evidence. So if you want to see that chronology that Mr. Zager took Councillor Foster through, you can see it in my evidence. It is plainly obvious. In fact, there was even a statement of common ground between the council and the balance, which obviously being reference. And it makes reference to the outline planning application, this outline planning application. So you've already been taken to CD 1.1 B, which is the hearing statement by CODA. I also refer you to 1.19, which is the statement of common ground, that also takes account of that. But ultimately, you've been referred to the local plan inspector's report that specifically mentions the planning application sustainable urban drainage, and mentioned, not just mentions it, but relies upon those technical assessments. And those technical assessments were what was put before you. So I can't accept at all that Harworth have been disingenuous. What I do accept, and Councillor Foster quite rightly identified in an earlier version, there was an iteration that showed the sustainable urban drainage within the allocation. That's part of that. I don't have a problem with that. And I did ask, because I already come in at the field stage, I wasn't involved in. I did ask about Barks from the drainage consultants about that. and he tells me that was a proportionate assessment of the local plan stage. It was storage capacity and micro drainage to obtain a volume. It wasn't in-depth modelling or design, and in fact, within 4 months, the appellant brought forward an EIA screening request, and that EIA screening request did have the sustainable urban drainage included that, and then it flowed through into the planning application, and then it flowed through into the local plan. But ultimately, I think it goes back to the point that was made earlier. I have never sought to extend an allocation to provide sustainable urban drainage. And I have provided sustainable urban drainage in the green belt for many allocations, and I haven't had to go to appeal on them because local authorities have accepted them and supported them. So I do not believe whatsoever that there should have been an inspiration to a large allocation of the sustainable urban drainage. But I do need to
The other reasons, unless there's any more on that, I think we could probably largely take this, or at least shortly, in terms of what we say about evidence. I think we're approaching time on time estimates.
Yes, happy to do that. Happy to take your guidance, really working through that. I think one of the reasons for refusal, you've heard the evolution of the reasons for refusal. The tend to come down is clear that the local authority are not addressing the open. The third parties have concerns about them. They want to characterise all those concerns, but many of them relate back to the allocation of the site. In allocating the site, it was accepted that it is a logical extension to the settlement. It was accepted it has adequate proximity to public transport facilities. Clearly, there are development management issues to address with regard to traffic and coal mining. Those development management issues, the relevant consultees are fully behind them. Transport statements of common ground have been signed.
Just sorry, we'll have a few words from Mr. Blair in relation to highways and Mr. Friel in relation to coal. So the points I should have been clear in the way directing this would be reason one. If there was anything, a formal reason one, anything on health, which you mentioned in your recovering your evidence, and if there is anything more in relation to, I don't intend to put parks on the stand in terms of drainage, but if there's anything more you want to say about that.
So reason one, this seems to have been at the root of all of the concerns that flowed through the refusal, but the Primrose Lane appeal decision is very clear, and the council have fallen on their sword subsequently.
So which one? Which reason?
Number one, which is the exceedance of the local plan approximation.
The suggestion of 330 being the limit.
We'll just look at the limit. Is that what is the answer one? KL1. Let's do it on the March 320,000. That's what it's talking about.
Do you want me to talk you through that in a bit more detail?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. No, sorry, it's up to you.
I mean,
well, I think quick overview, and it was a reason that was almost identical to one that was also raised on the site. That the site went to appeal, as appeal was allowed. There was a cost application against the council. What the inspector said, the granted costs in favour of the appellant, not against the council on that point, was that they had misinterpreted that policy that providing they can fully limit to the amount of development. And you'll find the appeal decision in 6.1.
So didn't we see what was found from setback? Because we've looked at that over the stage.
We looked at the numbers, where the local town inspector said
Yeah.
330, but the bigger number, and that's sort of,
She's aware of being accepted.
yes. An inspector, Mr. Brooker, last October, dealt with this Primrose loan, and that's 611, and his costs decision is also
It's a tinge on the fact that it says approximately in the city.
yeah, he said it's nothing to do with Barcelona, that doesn't provide any limit or cap on it.
Yeah, so in a nutshell.
And I think also, ma'am, it's not a development management policy. It's just completed policy. It's not something to control. It is an approximate in order to allow the local plan to become sound by accumulation of approximations to get to the total.
So that's reason for this one.
Dealt with 2, with 3, 3 and 4, Mr. Blair, and leave 5.
But I make the point that this is now a big site, so these will significantly.
Yes, ma'am. Indeed, if it helps from a planner's perspective, it is exactly that. It is an allocated site, and as we all know, allocations are through a very rigorous process that I've set out in my improvement for the sustainability appraisal, and that sustainability appraisal forms part of the ability for the council ultimately to make judgment. So the council supported the draft allocation of this site right the way through. The sustainability appraisal formed part of that equation to look at its proximity to services, public transport, and everything else. The Greenbelt assessment identified which sites were suitable or not from a Greenbelt point of view, and the settlement hierarchy approach identified which settlements, which are the tier 1 settlements. Council as a decision maker pulled all that together and identified this site at every stage. The inspector assessed that, supported that, the council adopted that.
What was the assumed number of dwellings with that assessments, those assessments in the plan?
400. So, ma'am, there is a document I refer to called I call it the ISD, like Infrastructure Study and Delivery Plan. And so it's a standard document to support a local plan looking at testing, cumulative reverse testing, and services, all of those elements. And it did not look at so that also forms part of the issues, the issues associated with education and health. They will consider that strategic role through the local plan for the reasons I've just identified, including the statutory consultees being into the local process. And there was nothing, no showstoppers identified through the local plan process with regard to education or health in Killamarsh. Again, Heather Nola can deal with education in detail if that's necessary. But the statutory consultees have responded in line with their adopted protocol and confirmed that there is capacity and primary and secondary will contribute towards special education with disability. And with regard to health, similar exercise, ma'am, going through the local plan, and then subsequently as part of this appeal process, we've engaged with the right people, and those people who are on the ground have identified that whilst there is capacity in the overall network of health centres, there is a specific issue associated with Killamarsh, and therefore the county council have asked for a financial contribution towards enhancing the network, and they will be the arbiter of where that goes, and they'll go through a process to do that. We've taken the view, and section 106 reflects that fact that we can support that, and clearly the condition and 106 section Last reason for refusal is the impact on footpaths.
That's one I think Mr. Watcher.
Just saying, there was some scrambling for it earlier, but I mentioned that on the Primrose 11 field, there was also a cost estimate. It's in the same CV 6.1.1, and it's paragraph 4. The whole of it is relevant, but it ends with this sentence. However, the policy, and it was the same policy elsewhere, is not worded the function as such, like it was based on the capital development. It could not reasonably be interpreted as placing a capital limit on the number of buildings to be brought forward. So, because the council has said that it shouldn't be interpreted as a capital, possibly one of them. Right, I think there's only two other topics. One of them is any of the harms, and the other is the overall balance. And bearing in mind you are putting your case on the basis of those special circumstances.
No, essentially.
All money coming up.
Coal mining is coming. I'm going to ask student 3 who's with me that is his evidence to give response to the points that have been raised.
Yes, thank you. So if I deal with the matters as you put them, the only local plan policy that is contested by the local authority relates to Greenbelt. We've got my view on that. Therefore, we consider that we can apply the development plan, and there is privacy associated with that. Therefore, from my perspective, we have a section 38.6 presumption, and we also have some in our so I'm very clear that is the right route to look at this. In terms of whether there are any other elements that should be considered, I set out compliance or at least support from the NPPF, and I do that in paragraph 5.126. And I also then just look at other areas, and I recall you mentioning to the audience about the heritage. Yes. Now the heritage assessment, I cover it in several areas in my group, but you will note the clearest way that we agreed to do it with the council was in the state of number. Oh, that's 6.14.
The first part of that sets out all the documents and the assessments, which is agreed as suitable. Yeah. The second part of it sets out the current position to get company away this when done. Third part then sets out the council's position. It's probably down that you go to 6.14.
Yes. So the site forms part of the setting of the buildings. That's coming down. And in the old parlance, it was negligible and therefore didn't have an impact. But I would think this case law says that means it's at the lowest end of less than substantial. So it is the very lowest end. I set that out in 6.44, and you will see in the council's position in 6.10 raw material and how it is negligible, very lowest end, and both of us can benefits that way. So we've gone through that approach for heritage.
So that's the list of points of view listed buildings. So it wasn't clear when I read the report whether they were saying the site development section, but from the technical ground it seems just to be Westfield farmhouse, and I'm assuming it's just been what I've seen on that specific farm and farm out building from originally I'm assuming not making massive assumption to residential, but it was one sort of historic farm said, and think the site was quite about larger settlement.
Right, that's my answer.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, 614.6, just to confirm that other point, the proposed grant is not considered to result in harm to other designated or non-designated.
I did ask them the question, you probably remember, that's side yesterday. Probably paragraphs on that, so I'll take the statement from Brown. So it's just Westthorpe farmhouse really resetting this potentially effective section to consider that in the decision.
Yes,
Perhaps can I suggest that it's something that we make a note to find that on the site visit.
Yeah,
Have a look.
we've got the listing description before, so
Don't think
might be useful.
that the location is apparent, and that's definitely the heritage.
So
It's either in Roman 1 or Roman 2. It's identified in the 614.1.
and these assessments, will they get all the local planners application, the historic assessments, or were they before because they were part of this application? But
Well, the September 18 one will have been current at the time of the examination, but the inspection and the passenger authority has been part of the supporting information. The subsequent ones may be time chronology sort of indicates that post period.
then March 22, which is CB 1.2 2013. If we can come on, there was a question on the run up to the planning committee about archaeology.
yeah,
It's
the
yeah. So in terms of the court documents, I think it's something about heritage 1.212, 1.213,
just on building.
no, I don't believe so. That's great.
Oh, right. Are you saying?
For the historic desk space,
Yeah.
assessment July 18, and then there's a supplementary in 22.
So they're not listed in the same one round.
Yeah, I think they are. They're in room 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
so the date is oh, March 2019, yeah. So okay, just to say, then have a people document references for Romans 1, 2, and 3, so that tie it all up.
Yeah.
So 6.1, 6.14.1, Roman number 1 is full document.
I think it should be 1, 2, 12. The addendum, the March 22.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies, scrub that. The first one, the September 2018, is 1, 2, 14. The 22, March 22 one, which is the third in the list, is 1, 2, 13. And the reasons unclear. The first chronologically is July 18, and that's 1, 2, 12. Although
It's not listed.
it's not listed, and I wonder whether September and July are different. I wonder if that's a time frame. I don't know.
Okay, so July would be CD 1, 2, 3.
In the first one, the July 2018, it's 1, 2, 12. There is the location of these buildings on the other side of Westthorpe, on the far side of the green, if you think of the bigger side, the sort of time for the green lane. I'm just looking need to see that. I don't think the actual list of restrictions is in full.
The hospital farm. Is there, I've tried to locate it, but am I broadly correct? And is there a plan where you can show me?
Do you mind any approach with this? Because
Yeah, that's what one of the three doctors. It's fine. So,
So that was, sorry.
so that's penalty.
Yeah. So on my page 77, I indicate that as we're in section 38.6 and 11C territory, then there should be a presumption. But if you disagree on those conclusions, I identify the material considerations and heritages, one that we've just gone through.
So you did a heritage balance and basically was low under this was substantial, the benefits.
Yes.
Yeah.
I say that on page 77, paragraph 76, and I also say balance on page 77 of my everyone's national. Yes. So I rely upon the same common ground where we did that, but I do think both of them might be go back and look.
Was it that really done in the community before? There seemed to be a lot more to it. So I haven't been able to pour over lots of detail. I just want to be sure in the absence of evidence in the past. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. In the committee report, which is the written committee report, paragraph 742.
Yeah, sorry.
the committee report is 131.
What paragraph?
742.
So they seem to be a wider test. Just what's the
Not harm the setting of any good
yeah,
contributes to the
I mean, they don't want harm. So how far such goes, I'm going to have to locate all of these listed buildings. So
That's that plan that I just
that's what the council is saying or not. I mean, the dark and the thing.
the plan that I just showed you, I think
Yeah.
probably identifies those in the commission report at A&B of 742. Whether it goes, I don't think it goes as far south as Spink Hill, Mount St Mary's College. The document doesn't.
Forgive me, I thought we were talking about the committee report.
Indeed, what it means the commission report does. I don't think the assessment did.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying.
So, that bit, that's it.
Yes, well, 743 says the very limited harm caused therefore is outlined by its
Doesn't really set out what significance the setting was, or anything so like that before it's come to its conclusion. Following some guidance from the it basically gives us a list of certain buildings. Says that this site contributes to the wider setting. Well, there's a way to find the setting of any of these listed structures. It doesn't really work out what the significance of any of these listed structures are first. They should be starting point.
And then in CD 1.2.12, the pictures do that.
Is that the council?
No, it's
No, that's the point. Council have a job to do it. Okay.
Yeah, but if the council's report isn't as thorough, going through the steps, that the guidance suggests the setting, the significance of that. So, I don't think that is anything that's not seen in the signal.
Well, no, I'll have to do it. I just don't have the council. I've got such a duty to do it. It's just yeah, it would be helpful to have it in the committee report and look at the
It's not going through the 5 steps of the test.
Good. Okay. So can I just clarify then whilst we're on it, because I'm going to go through this in the very beginning. So in CD 1.2.12, that's probably where you would have concept.
It's not sometimes
This is the tenants. We've got Westall Farm identified, and then we've got some other unnamed grade 2 staff further away. But in the council's committee report, we've got like Upperthorpe, Upperthorpe, gazebo, Upperthorpe, stable block. So it's all associated with Upperthorpe, Upperthorpe. Is that Upperthorpe up here? Because it doesn't say it's Upperthorpe, it's just a dot. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, because that's
Section 6 of the document you're looking at identifies potential development effects, and it works through 3 schedule entry monuments, 3 grade 1s, etc. And then it looks at Westall Farm, tramway abandonment, the colliery, finish or hall, and it works through all of those asset setting significance contributing to the effect.
So
I guess my point is, in the absence of anything from the council, other than this committee report that lists quite an extensive list of listed buildings, how do I start finding these listed buildings with no listing descriptions, just a list of them in the committee report?
I would love to say the council, you know what it's talking about.
There's anything council can do to that? I guess it's quite an important point.
Yes, of course, madam. I dare say we can provide copies of the listing descriptions and locations of each of these buildings. As I speak now, I do not know whether any background material exists which informs what is in the committee report. It may be that there is, in which case we can disclose it, but I cannot say that there is.
Yeah. I guess I'd just like clarity as to the council's position on whether they consider the core site was in the setting of all of these listed buildings that they've written down, and whether they've considered it does how the appeal site contributes to the significance of each of these listed buildings and what led them to their finding that the proposal won't materially harm the setting of these listed structures. I mean, if you can't come up with it, you can't come up with that. I have to do my best. But I'd like to know if that is done.
Well, we can
It
certainly
may be that we
provide
say
that information.
it's a mistake, it doesn't fall in the setting of 25 of listed buildings. But I just like to know.
Yes, of course.
The words in the council's narrative, but was looking back at the committee report. It's got the things which are reasonably encouraged by, which is basically like a 5-step that we were talking about earlier. Then some things to the northeast, which is the church and the neighbourhood cross. And then speak in relation to those, it says no impact to the significance or setting of church or cross. That's part of it. That's at 744. They say is constantly applicable to no structure involved server. All the churchyard and listed structures at Sting Hill due to distance. So I'm not making a comment about how we got there.
No, but 7.42 lists a long number of listed buildings. And then at 7.43 immediately after it says it's not considered a proposal. It's considered a proposal will not materially harm the setting of any of these listed structures. So it's insinuating that it feels like falls in the setting of all of these structures.
Yeah, and then I was reading from 744.
After, yeah.
No impact on the church and the cross, so that's part B of the previous list.
Right.
Or speak hearing, which is part C of the previous list.
Right.
Then
Okay.
it goes on at 745 to just focus its efforts on West Farm. Not materially harmed.
I think it's the wording then of 743. It's throwing me then because it's saying the set of any of these listed structures and immediately after a long list of structures, and then it goes on in the next paragraph to then go back on that and say actually we're not sure what else there essentially.
Yes, madam, I follow the reasoning that you've just been through. I won't waste time. I cannot assist at the moment as to how we got there. It may be that there is some material that does assist, and we will look at it.
We have just found that those behind me have just the listing sort of file.
You found it all that online.
Yes.
Well, yeah, thank you. I thought you were going to say found it in no. Okay. Yes, please. Have a listing description of at least those 3 buildings that make up Westport Farmhouse for a start. So that's Westport Farmhouse, Acres Hill and Brook Farm.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping we're going to get to.
Hopefully that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah. And that is what is assessed in the 2 principal heritage reports from the implication.
Because that's what the appellant focuses on.
Yeah, and they looked at other things beyond that. I think that was page 16, 6.3 of paragraph of CV 1 to 14. And I think it's a very similar reference in CV 1 to 12. I need a reference in that one. Yeah, it's also 6.3 in those three. Those three buildings that form the farm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking out loud, I'm going to have to somehow find a way to work out what the significance of Upperthorpe Farm is. With nothing coming in council, but I've got. You've got me that.
Of the assets is set out in the appellant's document.
Okay.
There's a section, and then there's a contribution setting to significance.
So where's that?
That's sorry.
Was that what we already
That's what I
went
was
through?
doing, yes.
In the
So
statement
in 1 to 12, core document 1 to 12,
yeah.
is the July 18, page 16 and 17. In this document, 2012 rather than saying
No, is it listed in separate from the documents? That's why I'm struggling. I've got like a list of where I need to go to. So it's 1 to 12, page 16. Yeah, I've got that note.
and then the next one is 1 to 14, also page 16.
Yeah.
An addendum or an update of that piece of work.
And there I will see, in your view, what contribution does that make to the significance of Upperthorpe Farm.
Yeah, there are 3 headings: assets and their settings, significance of the assets, contribution to settings, 4, potential effects.
So maybe that one. Thank you. So were you in the middle of your plan back?
So, in terms of, to backtrack, I don't think we need to do a sign balance because we have a presumption,
Yeah.
but if you take a different view, then I think.
Sorry,
Anyway.
just to check. So the appellant, you're going to send me this inscription
Of
of course, but
So, we've dealt with heritage, the potential for any landscape harm, and ecological harm. I deal with in paragraph 6, and we have heard what will be that we can secure livelihoods again, and that we be able to cross those and other elements, and therefore.
what percentage is that?
7.68 and 1 within 20.
That's the biodiversity, I think. It's 7.68.
7.68 for the percent for the non 128%. You'll see that with that paragraph 7 as well. No, it just
And you're doing that, why to keep
I was just
the
going to
public?
say, no. So that we are proposing the existing footpaths that go through the sub area and out to the area to the south are they look at utilitarian. And what we have done as part of that overall greenbelt enhancement package is look at that and look at the experience that the public have. And we've proposed a series of footpaths that's on the hedgerows either side of those in order to enhance that approach. And that's an example. There are also hedgerows within the site, as you say, there are hedgerows elsewhere. So it's not a contrivance, it's part of an overall strategy of achieving everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to just amend your amendment from what you took? It's I misremembered. It's 6.93% and 128.8% for hedgerows. And I misremembered the first one.
Perhaps you can put it in the policy.
So, for the same, I very it is 6.93% and 128.8% for hedgerows.
Okay. So is that a benefit?
It is a benefit, yes. We talked about heritage, archaeology, we have proposed a scheme of archaeological mitigation, and I classify that as neutral, with an answer to understanding of archaeology. And in health, education, library contributions, I also classify them together. So with regard to harms, I have neutral across. With regard to benefits, I can go through as much detail as you want on this plan. Really, the starting point is we deliver against one of the most strategic allocations in the local plan in the tier 1 settlement. So I hear what the council say about 5-year land supply, but actually this is a key component of the housing strategy for the local plan, and it's an absolute component. So I look at market housing and I ascribe substantial weight to that.
Is this in every?
Yes, ma'am. So the section we're looking at now for positives is section paragraph 7.8 through to 7.12. So we deliver on the local plan, that's 7.8. We deliver construction jobs, apprenticeships, and GBA enhancements associated with that. And I set that out in 7.9. Well, my company work all those figures out and provide you with information that's not been challenged on the background to all of those figures, but it's pretty usual for those elements to ascribe substantial weight in my experience associated with this, and we are very comfortable to work with the council on planning conditions to ensure local employment agreements and conditions. And the corresponding benefits associated with expenditure in the local economy, again, in my experience, substantial weight to those. And I would just point out, because I think the third party mentioned this before, when there is the Killamarsh regeneration framework. Killamarsh is a settlement, but council are focusing upon regeneration. So the ability to improve the housing stock, widen the housing stock, capture expenditure within Killamarsh is a positive, and it's a positive. I don't for one moment say all this expenditure will be Killamarsh. I fully understand those elements, but this isn't a situation whereby that expenditure is not required. You've heard some references to the suitability of the town centre, which you may see on your site visit, or you may have already seen. So capturing those benefits, I believe, is a positive.
Sorry to interrupt, I guess the witness is speaking to the microphone.
Sorry.
We've sent an officer down to see.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. So
Next one is affordable housing. This is my paragraph 7.11. It was rehearsed in cross-examination, but I put the figures in here that Mr. Sagar put to the witness. In my view, the delivery of affordable housing should attract substantial weight. Full stop. It absolutely should. It's fundamental. It's important. I set out in there that the affordability ratio has increased and got worse, and that the totality of the need is significant. And in order to be able to deliver the totality of the affordable housing, I listened with interest to what Councillor Foster said, and I do accept that the planning system does not deliver all of the affordable housing, but it has to deliver as much as it can. We can't be complacent and say we've met the requirements. This is a local plan requirement. We are happy to deliver that requirement. There is a need, and in so doing, that need should be met on these key allocations. The annual delivery of affordable housing, again, I think we're on the same page. These 78 affordable houses delivered per year. It does not meet the overall requirements. So I ascribe substantial weight to that. We talked about biodiversity again. My view is that whilst the Environment Act is on the statute books, the 10% is not a requirement yet. The policy requirement is 4 in that game, and the figures we've just given you are significantly above that, and therefore I ascribe substantial weight because they are significantly above.
So much green space. Why is it so low?
Why is it
So low, 6.93. Because there's a lot of green space there.
Well,
I'm just surprised this from previous experience.
yes, I'm probably not the best witness to be able to talk to that. We can put a note in, but there was a detailed Pastor Bacon's put a detailed assessment in.
That's the smaller side of things, like what smaller green space than greater.
It's not just a view of the environment.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. I'm just saying. Just unless they all
Well, I don't know. Realistically, we'll speak to how we maximise what we can do.
And the other benefit, just to remind you, ma'am, which I identified before, is resolving a pre-existing public issue, which we
which part of is that?
It's the one that's on the cross referred. I'm fine with that reference. Um, 61% betterment is in CD 7.1.8.
So it's not the plan of that,
Yeah.
but you're including as a benefit. And I'm going to ask a question. I think I know the answer. Don't be afraid to give me the answer. I think I'm going to think. But if I was to find inappropriate development, have you considered that outcome in very special circumstances? I don't think you have.
It's not no part of my case. For very special circumstances.
Right. I think we need lunch break. We come to we get into cross examination this afternoon. And the way things are going, we might not get into the other evidence that you're going to give us on other matters this afternoon. We might not see this as 40 past one already, and you know what, I've got lunch breaks. So I have no packed lunch again because the hotel won't make me one, and so I have to go out. I find one this morning, but you can imagine him preparing for an inquiry. The last thing I'm thinking about is going to Starbucks. So I need a lunch break, and we've got really just music to my ears. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any objections to me buying a sandwich from the appellate side and maybe some crisps?
Of course not.
Thank you very much. It's in your benefit that I can sit down and relax rather than go trying to find a sandwich in Chesterfield. Right, so we need lunch break anyway, and then we've got 2 hours of cross-examination. That's probably going to take us to the end of today, because I don't know about anyone else, but I was quite tired actually yesterday. They are rather draining inquiries. What do you think?
Sorry, I've listened to this.
Sorry, I was just saying that I think trying to be sensible about those things. We've probably only got time for the cross-examination this afternoon. Mr. Robinson. Given we're a bit late going to lunch now.
Yeah. Well, I was going to various people as long as the actual points that have been made by the local residents and interested parties. I don't think that availability is live tomorrow. I think it's still they are available now.
Yeah, okay.
But it doesn't. It seems a little bit like different.
Yeah, maybe find out over lunch. If it's going to be a big problem, it may not.
It may not be the name available tomorrow.
Okay, and I have got that evidence, written proofs,
Yes,
and they're uncontested. I don't prove truth in a position on the council side.
No, I think I'm getting the emotion. It needs to be aligned to actual.
Precisely, I mean, my point is I can take them as read and use them. And it's not something that's in dispute, so do we need to say more? And it's a question like basically need to think about how you if it's a problem, it can't be something to know.
Yes. And those terms of availability, they are all into their line of search.
Yeah.
And
We might squeeze it in. Yeah, I think in particular, like the mining would be good. One of the things I'd quite like to hear about, maybe this afternoon. Not that we're going to prioritise anything, but I'd like to think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we probably need to think about the site visit. At some point when we get back from lunch, we might discuss that as well, because that's coming out tomorrow. And close some of the questions I need to have a word about that as well. But let's break for lunch. And so can we come back at 2:15 then, as soon as I've got a sandwich here? Does that suit everyone? Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone. We'll resume at 2:15. It's 12:15, so let's resume. I'll just put away, Mr. Johnson, which will be queried. Do you want to start?
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, that took me by surprise and function. So, it's similar. As a matter of interest, I did my issue for involvement. I looked at the requirements of that, decided I wanted to buy qualified or approaches. But I would have liked to say something.
So you would like to do is what you're saying, making a request, and you understand that you couldn't introduce new evidence.
Yes.
And it would have to be brief. It would have to be fairly brief. We don't and this repetition and so on. If it was just to summarise your position at the end of the proceedings or something like that, that's what you're asking. Okay. Okay.
Well, I've been here before,
Yeah.
I think.
I'm just being,
Yeah, I just,
checking in.
he could have gone through a 6 day, but he knows he could have gone through a 6 day, but he chosen not to stay to chosen not to. I think their information was very full, they were thorough, and had plenty of time to make an element of proportionality. I don't think it was disproportionate, and it's not as though there was an unknown about Lee's status. It's just been confirmed it was unknown, not a conscious decision not to do it. So I think the reason for point stands really.
So you be saying no. Okay. Didn't that's one thing. It's to the even number.
No, thank you. No.
Okay.
I think Inspector, speaking as a councillor from the council, I'd like to support Mr. Johnson in summing up the religious position. It's obviously not going to introduce any new information, it's just going to sum up why he's not applied for Dorset. So I take that point, but that's also been explained by Mr. Johnson. So I think for the time it will take, I don't think it will do any harm. And he represents a section of the community that is very important. So I'd like to support it on behalf of the council.
Okay. Well, I think as having heard everyone's points, I think this is certainly in my experience, it's a slightly unusual case. And the parents are quite well represented, but the council not. And I am interested in the locals, and I want to give you as much opportunity as possible to be involved. But I think as long as Mr. Johnson can follow 5 minutes, and I say that saying I said 10 minutes and gave him 20 minutes on the first day. So if I say it needs to be brief, it has to have brevity, it has to just summarise and bring in nothing new so as to disadvantage our parents. Then upon those conditions, we need to do a short closing, but it would have to be before the appellate council as well, just in case we're in not a great position if we raise this up. All right?
Yes.
It will be, at the moment, it's scheduled for Thursday afternoon. So you're going to have to be flexible with when places happens, because we'll actually have that discussion yet about when it will be.
I suppose to avoid the mishap of new information, it might be not to you, but it might be very sensible if it's shared with us, so we can see what it is.
Yeah, that's another very good stipulation, is that you have to have it written down and share with both sides before. So good. And obviously, Mr. Slater if you can,
Sorry.
if you can assist me in listening to that and praising that is, you know, if viewpoints are raised and so on.
Yeah, what I was suggesting there was that we see it sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Because that one will enable have a conversation, sensible conversation about stuff that looks like it's all material. Otherwise, I don't.
Certainly, okay, so how early do you think you could have your closing?
I've written it now.
So maybe both closing play today, or first thing tomorrow? Okay, all right.
Where do I?
Alison Dyson, are you familiar with the name? Yeah. She'll send it to me and make sure both parties are comfortable as well. So are we saying sort of by close of play today then probably? Well, oh yeah, no, I mean it's usually quite late for our school, isn't it?
I can take close to play, not perhaps quite that late. Although now I'm
I think we'll be here till 5 easily, and I think it wouldn't be too much if you sent it at 6. You know, all right, thank you. Good.
Can I raise a housekeeping point on? It's just to avoid any confusion over this. I've got in front of me the 3 lists, the 3 lists of buildings associated with the Westthorpe farmhouse, which I hope you've also got electronically. And apparently there's been over many years confusion over a property which is on the edge of the site known as Westthorpe Farm, and the listed building which is Westthorpe Farmhouse.
Yeah.
They are not the same thing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yes, there's a more recent Westthorpe Farm.
There is.
As we think that with historic buildings, yeah.
So if you have there the listing for Westthorpe Farmhouse, you will see that it is to the northwest of Westthorpe Road, and the buildings between it and Westthorpe Road include the other 2 listed buildings, the outbuildings and the west part on Crook Bar.
Yeah.
That is the other side of Westthorpe Road and the other side of the green, the triangle area and green space. Westthorpe Farm is off the map towards the site. In other words, off the map, bottom right. And what we didn't want is for you to go and see Westthorpe Farm and think this is a listed building and it's right next to the site and get completely wrong.
Did I make that?
No,
I've not seen it. Did I make something?
Apparently, it's been 20 years plus confusion with
You don't want to see it my decision.
posts, posties getting the wrong place and all sorts of things.
Yeah, understood.
The other housekeeping point is I've checked and I can make the other witnesses available in the morning, which is good news. If we get time to put any on later this afternoon, then that would be good use of time to try and do so. And what each of them has done, essentially for me, is produce a speaking note, just to cover the points. It's typed up, and we can let you have that for each of those. It's a short note in each case, but it just sort of, it's what they will be saying, but it saves the pen a little bit.
Okay, and it's focused on what was raised.
It's focused on what was raised and sort of very much specifically in almost every case by individual who raised it.
Yeah.
So I don't know where we are with copies, but at some point soon this afternoon we'll get back to you.
Yeah. And you said some people are available tomorrow, some are available today.
I think they're all available tomorrow if people have to, but if we've got time today, it'd be nice to get some done.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. But with that in mind, I really would like to finish at 5 today, just because it's been a long day.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Madam, on housekeeping and heritage, I have been provided over the lunch break with advice which I am instructed was given to the author of the report committee.
on the, it's only read Westthorpe Farm, and I think some of the other buildings that are mentioned in the report. I'm being slightly summary in my description of this document simply because I haven't actually read it. But I'm instructed that it's the advice that it has given, and that clearly it probably should have been a court document, but I have copies and will distribute them. And in the last 5 minutes, literally, I have been provided with the listing descriptions of all of the buildings that are listed in the report committee. And again, I can distribute those either now or later.
Do we know if the council consider the bill site to be the setting of all of those listed buildings or just one?
You probably overheard that, madam. I am being instructed that only Westthorpe Farm was regarded as whose setting includes the application site.
Westthorpe Farm House.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have just fallen into the very same trap at Westthorpe Farm House, the listed building, and its associated building.
And is that a conservation officer's advice? That's, yeah. Oh. Okay, good. So you can distribute those to the council as well, so you can decide with them. We don't have to do it now, but just make sure they.
We have copies for everybody. Yes.
And you're emailing it over on my side now. Or you provide them on that. Okay, great. You want a list of what I'm calling these documents, those things.
I think you could call them speaking notes. In each case.
Yeah, no, I just mean if I call them like one, two, three, do you want to know, for example, that your
I see.
air quality data is document 7. See,
Well, we've got. It's already been put in the rules today.
oh, okay.
It was an inquiry document. Let's we could go ID 1 to be marked up cross section.
Yeah,
Long section with a full
conditions of the the conditions were one of the person's table, I think, so I put that up.
Two.
Shall I go and get them and we can find them? I've got staff conditions is document 1.
Yes.
Document 2 is your appearance list. Might be from the delete. Just do this there. Document 3 is your open. Document 4 is the cross sections marked up. So document 5 is the listing descriptions and conservation areas. Oh yes, should we just put them all together? That's the got to do. Yeah, so we'll forget yours. Someone's just take on my file on.
Yeah.
5. Document 6 then is the conservation officer's comments. Document 7 is the air quality note. Document 8 is mining issues. Document 9 is flood risk. Document 10 is urban design. in favour of is ecology. Controls highways. Or if you want to put an inquiry. Okay, was that? That's the side.
Yes,
Okay, over to you then.
yes, Mr. Rawlinson, I'd like to start with the treatment of the allocation site at the development plan inquiry stage. This morning, by reference to the coherence statement, you demonstrated, and it's not in dispute, that the inspector was aware of this outline application 1801003. That's right, isn't it? Correct. Yes. And I don't think we need to go back to look at that document because, as I say, there's no dispute about that. But could you now have a look, please, at the inspector's report, which is core document 4.1.2. Thank you. And I'm going to take you to paragraph 180, which is where the inspector deals with the allocation site. And at paragraph 181, he describes it as comprising small field parcels enclosed by intermittent tree-lined hedgerows. You see that, no doubt. And then at paragraph 182, where she is dealing with what will become the new greenbelt boundary. He says this: the reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning would assist in mitigating the visual impact of development and would provide a clear demarcation between the built-up area and the countryside beyond, and will create a strong and defensible greenbelt boundary. Now, where she is referring in the first line of that quotation to the reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary, she must be referring to the then existing hedgerow, mustn't she? Yes. And for the avoidance of doubt, that is the hedgerow which we've seen in photographs, and we'll come back to those, which runs along the greenbelt boundary now today. That's right. Yes. He refers to that reinforced hedgerow boundary and careful green space plan as providing the clear demarcation between the built-up areas and the countryside beyond, and creating a strong and defensible greenbelt boundary. Now, the outline application, in the form in which it was before that inquiry, already put attenuation basins roughly 50-50 over that greenbelt boundary. It did, and that, in my view, is why she made reference not just to the southern hedgerow boundary, but also to the green space plan. Well, they're not separate, are they? Because she's referring to the reinforcement of what we have agreed is an existing hedgerow boundary and a careful green space plan. Now, that I suggest is that those words should be read together. That's what she had in mind. If she was contemplating that the new greenbelt boundary would be somewhere other than the existing hedgerow. He would have said that, wouldn't he? It's clearly very difficult for me to know and you to know what she was thinking, but we are talking about the sustainable urban drainage area at the moment. The greenbelt boundary is more extensive than just the sustainable urban drainage area. She's talking about the totality of the new boundary. That totality of the new boundary comprises hedgerows, it comprises gaps, as we've shown, it comprises sporadic trees. And what she had in mind of, because it's later on, I'm sure you'll take me to it, was the outline planning application. So for her to talk about the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning, she really has a mind to all of those elements. She didn't just say southern hedgerow boundary. From its western extremity to its eastern extremity, approximately how long is the southern boundary? I don't have that information. I've given the information across the subs, but I haven't got the information yet. And your figure for the subs, I think, was 300 metres. Can we agree this, that the subs 300 metres comprises the substantial majority of the length of the southern boundary? Have you got a plan you can take me to look at that? Well, you could look, for example, at the indicative master plan revision gap. Yeah, that's 1.1. That is 1.1.3, yeah. Yes. But that one shows 3 sustainable urban drainage basins, but the one on the left is not in the location that we're now bringing forward. On that one on the left-hand side of that drawing is now reinforced trees. So that first one is not in the sub area. So there is probably a third of the site that's not affected by the sustainable urban drainage on that side, and then there is another proportion beyond the sustainable urban drainage. So I would guess about 50-50. Well, if necessary, we can remember that, I suppose. But can we at least agree this? Under the current proposal, the sustainable urban drainage area is more than half or something like that. It's about that. I haven't measured it. Looking visually, it's about. And the plan you draw me to is out of date. So the more up to date plan does not have sustainable urban drainage on the left hand. And there is nothing in the inspector's report to suggest that she was contemplating moving the green belt boundary from that existing line, is there? Well, sorry. Or rather, putting the new green belt boundary as it become anywhere other than along the line where it is now. No, and I think I've already mentioned that in chief, the local plan establishes a green belt boundary. But what she was cognizant of was the technical work associated with the outline planning application. I think we've just accepted that, and we've got it clear on the basis of that she had regard to that, and that the matter statement and statement of common ground had regard to that. So having regard to that, she's saying that boundary is both the hedgerow and the green space, the two elements. You accept, presumably, in a sense, it's obvious that along the 300 metres or so of the substitute proposal, the boundary, the hedgerow boundary to which she is referring in that paragraph is completely lost, heading and in place at the edge, the new edge of the subs. And so that if there is to be visual separation and a defensible boundary, it has to be somewhere else. You know, I think that's the fundamental difference between your case and my case. The greenbelt boundary is where the greenbelt boundary is. The inspector refers to careful green space planning. I indicate that the sustainable urban drainage is an engineering operation, it's appropriate development, and it forms part of that reinforcement of the defensible greenbelt boundary. I do not and have not ever said that the greenbelt boundary moves to the new hedge What we are doing is providing this full stop with permanence associated with the sustainable urban drainage. And the inspector was aware of that because she makes reference to the technical data associated.
But I'm not suggesting that the green belt boundary is going to move clearly within, because that's going to happen through the development plan process. What I am suggesting is that the visual separation is going to move. The feature that provides visual separation is going to move.
No, I understand you're suggesting that, but I do not accept that. I go back. The Greenbelt assessment that indicated that southern hedgerow is weak. We've already looked at photographs to reaffirm that it's weak. The inspector had that evidence around that through the allocation. The inspector wanted to see this transition and this demarcation, and the inspector identified clearly that that would take the form of a southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space plan, cognizant of the outline planning application. So it does not to me, that those words do not to me say it is the boundary, it is the hedgerow that provides that visual separation. It's the hedgerow that identifies what that boundary is. But the visual separation is delivered through both the boundary and the careful green space plan. And to finish the point, I do not accept that the subs is an urbanised element, and the subs is part of appropriate development in the green.
Come back to that. In that answer a moment ago, you referred to the visual separation being provided by a hedgerow boundary. The first line of 182, what she is contemplating is that it will be provided by the reinforcement of the existing hedgerow boundary. And careful green space planning, as we've just discussed. Part of the hedgerow is retained outside of the subs area, part of it is removed, and that which is removed is reinforced by careful green space planning. And the visual impact and visual separation, the final line in that paragraph, adequate visual separation will be maintained to the nearby settlement of Spring Hill. So this piece of land does not provide that visual separation. This is part of the evolution of the new green belt. So you say that the visual separation is provided by a feature, the new height, which in fact lies south of the green belt boundary. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, say it again. The existing southern hedgerow boundary that is retained will be retained, and the careful green space planning, of which the sustainable urban drainage and the new hedge forms that careful green space planning. So, as we agreed, the greenbelt boundary does not change, so the new hedge is not the new greenbelt boundary, but it is a component of that careful green space planning.
And you say provides visual separation for you.
Again, sorry. The final sentence of that paragraph indicates that adequate visual separation will be maintained to Spring Hill. That's a separate point. I've already talked about the localised views. I've already talked about it's not a settlement gap. And I've talked about coalescence and non-coalescence. It will not. There will be no coalescence. The adequate visual separation will be maintained. I've provided evidence to identify where viewpoints can be taken of the sustainable urban drainage. And I've identified the importance of the southern map. What the inspector here is talking about is mitigating visual impact of development and a clear demarcation. You brought the separation in as a separate sentence.
But let me make sure I understand this. You say it provides demarcation, but not visual separation.
The inspector is clear. Again, sorry. The reinforcement of the southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning will assist in mitigating the visual impact of development and provide a clear demarcation between the built-up area and the countryside. Separate sentence, adequate visual separation will be maintained. What we are doing is providing that southern hedgerow boundary and careful green space planning in order to meet that inspector's requirement. Not because I sit here and say so, because that was available to the inspector in drawing that conclusion through the outline. going to move on to approach to the green belt. I'm sure you don't need to go to. But let's try and establish some common ground. And I'm looking at paragraph 106 of the framework, which lists certain other forms of development which are also not inappropriate in the green belt, but one that can preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes, including land resilience and as you know. They include engineering operations and material changes and use of land. Now, I want to be clear that there's no dispute between us that if a proposed development falls within the paragraph 150 list and preserves openness and does not conflict with the purposes of including land within it, then the assessment process stops there. So I'm not going to put to you that we then have to go on and consider hard to be clear about that. Is paragraph 150 a closed list? Yes. If we look at policy SS10, the potentially not inappropriate development listed in that policy includes and is clearly modelled on paragraph 150 as it existed in the 2012 NPPF. I don't know. I presume it was modelled on that. It's clearly not up to date with the new paragraph 150, but the key difference between the new paragraph 150 and SS10 is the word include. So you say that despite its NPPF installation, if I put it that way, but it's clear acknowledgement of the NPPF as a main school, policy SS10 has been construed as an open base. Yes, because the local authority are entirely at liberty to identify development policies that they choose to manage the development within their area. They have to have regard to the NPPF, and that's subject to a local plan examination. At the time that this development plan was adopted, it clearly passed those tests, otherwise it would have been found unsound. In so doing, it includes the word include. They have to read the policy include. So on that basis, policy SS10 could potentially admit any kind of development, provided that it preserved openness and would not conflict with the purposes of the green belt. Is that your interpretation of it? Well, in principle, it's an open case. So I haven't given any thought to whether it could be any development, but it's certainly not a closed list of solar developments. The paragraph 150 is. Yes, right. Now, you referred this morning when you came into this text, which was at the review stage, as you said, the indicative proposal was that the sub area would be available for public access. I understand that to be yes. And you say that was changed to no public advice on public access on your recommendation. My recommendation to discourage. Yes. What were your reasons for making that recommendation? So I had regard to the advice with regard to assessments of openness, and I had regard to the degree of activity, as I explained to the inspector, and that degree of activity is part of that overall assessment of impact on openness. I also had regard to the necessity for it to be open space, and again, I explained that to the inspector around we already exceeded public open space requirements within the site. And I also explained the interrelationship between the allocation and the offsite footpaths and the offsite improvements. And I felt it was not necessary to be open space. And as it wasn't necessary to be open space, then in order to look at the openness and the degree of activity, I felt upon balance it was more appropriate to exclude.
Is your view about the effect of openness on openness of public access? Was that based purely on the level of activity, or were there other?
So I've gone through the assessment of the spatial and the visual and come to the third element. I think that's the context of your question. And the third element is the degree of activity. And I looked at the degree of activity proposed within that area. So the direct answer to your question, if I'm understanding it correctly, is it was around the degree of activity. But clearly I regard in making the overall judgment to the spatial and the visual proposals.
Did you regard public access as affecting either the spatial or the visual area?
I don't think I went through that thought process. Certainly with regard to spatial, I think would have no bearing upon spatial. With regard to visual, there would be no components that I'm aware of a physical aspect, i.e. no public open space paraphernalia, loops or laps. So therefore, no, I didn't go through that exercise. It was solely on the final element.
So the difference between impact on openness and no impact on openness is activity alone. Is that right?
Right. I've already indicated the approach that I take to openness with regard to spatial, visual, and degree of activity, all three elements. I've already indicated the elements of the development, the engineering operation. And I've already set out from this morning under my group the exercise that I go through. You asked me a direct question about a hypothetical activity, and I've answered it proportionally. That's not the only assessment that I want to take.
Could we have a look, please? And I'm now moving on to the spatial aspect of openness. Could we have a turn to your appendices, please? In fact, I will start with the annotated long section that was introduced this morning. You have that. I do, thank you. If you look at the section, if we look at the 1 in 5, 13 degree slope, which is from the left of your calculations, we see, don't we, running beneath that slope, a dotted line. It's quite faint, but it's there. Yes. And what does that dotted line represent? Existing ground level. And we see a similar line in the calculation to the left and in the one to the left down. Correct. Presumably, what I shall call the horizon, the top of the green area above the new ground level, that represents presumably the height of land beyond the cross section. Am I right about that? So I can understand that. This line here, above the line above the new ground level, there's an area of green and you can see trees growing.
I see the very faint outline behind. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. What does that represent?
I don't know. It may represent the southern mound, but I don't know. I think that's exactly how to be sure.
Right, well, I'll stick with what we do know, which is the existing ground level and the proposed ground levels. I'm not challenging your gradients, and therefore don't need to go into this in detail, but you accept, obviously, because you gave evidence about it this morning, that in relation to the calculation setting from there, the height from the top to the bottom of the slope around the attenuation basin is give or take 5 meters. And then there is within the attenuation basin, from top to bottom, a distance of what?
This is the central attenuation basin you're asking about.
No, I must have the one to the land.
The first attenuation basin on the left is left. Is that the question?
No depth. From the edge of the basin to the bottom, what is the distance? Vertically.
Well, the ground level dash and the build up from to the western edge of the first one looks to be about a 2 meter raise. So therefore the depth would be around 1.5–1 meter, because the area, again, if I'm looking at the right area, is above the existing ground level. So when you're stood on the footpath to the east and you're looking across at that first element, you see a raise of about 1 meter and 1.5 meters, not 5 meters.
And then similarly, if we look at the left-hand edge of the third basin, so the one to the right of the draw, we're looking at a depth off the bottom of about 3 to 4 meters.
We are, and I think that's an interesting point, that the views are from the two extremities, the two footpaths, and those views that you're talking greenbelt views, and therefore the element that you're asking me to look at now is a view from the very right-hand side. We can pick out the views of people looking across at what you identified, which is, on my estimation, about 120 meters away from their view, and that that attenuation basin sinks into the ground, but actually above ground level, it's about, again, 1.5 meters.
That is above the ground level as it would then, is it?
As it exists now, that's the dash. So the figures you've got on here, again,
yeah, I see.
if I'm talking about the right one, it's a 4 meter difference. That's really good to read that. But clearly it's 2 meters down and 2 meters up, or not quite. And therefore, when you read this, you read it from 120 meters away. You perhaps have also noticed that we've got a hedgerow on top of it, which continues the hedgerow working through. And therefore the view, which is where we're coming to the visual impact of openness, we have to look at the receptors and the viewpoints, and we have to look at the distance of that, and no doubt you'll take me to my appendix 8 where we do exactly that.
You've said 2 meters down and 2 meters up to achieve the new 4 meter difference. I mean, this is changing the existing landscape into an obviously artificial engineered landscape.
No. I think, again, I've already explained and set out, there will be change. I've accepted that. But that change is not an engineered landscape, and that change is a very naturalised landscape and is very focus around depressions in the land, which I've already explained, already exist within the site. And actually the viewpoints that we've identified in my Appendix 8 reinforce that, and my rebuttal final appendix demonstrates in practice what a 2 metre raise looks like, and it's imperceptible.
Could you turn to your proof appendices, Appendix 3, please?
And yes, February.
What was the purpose of preparing this pack?
So the reason for refusal is framed on the basis of lack of information. My position, and it is very clear that there was sufficient information for the decision maker to take a decision, and I've cited alternative field cases that has demonstrated that. I've also made clear that officers didn't ask for any information, and in fact neither did the planning committee. But I recognise that that reason for refusal was framed on the basis that I've described, and on the basis that we are trying to resolve concerns between ourselves and the council to extend the common ground. We had discussions, we agreed them through case management conference, that if further information was available that we could provide, it may assist the local authority in its decision making on whether to pursue all of the 7 reasons for refusal or not.
Right, could you have a look, please, at the cross section?
Yes. You have right.
Again, we see there, and I would say PG is an example because we've dealt with it before. Again, we have the hatch line bearing the existing ground level. Then
We do.
and that is theory of all of the cross section. And so, if we look at GG, what do you say approximately is the difference at its highest point between the existing ground level and the proposed ground level, where there is infill, where the fill is being put on top of what we've done?
It's the same 1.5 to 2 metres that you took to on the wrong section. And you can see that on the scale bar on the left.
And then up above, we see a similar distance where the difference is between the existing ground level and the ground level after the material is taken away.
Yes, there is a cut there, and then it ties back into the southern mound on the right hand side of the story.
Again, I suggest what we see there is a cross section of the creation of an obviously artificial engineered landscape.
I understand that's your position, but you understand mine that I don't agree.
And that really is where you and the respondent got caught. It's a matter of judgment, and we differ.
There is a matter of judgment. Of course, all these decisions are planning judgment, and that's for you, Ma'am, to make. But I hope that I have provided the context with regard to the interpretation of paragraph 150 engineering works and other decisions elsewhere. I've also provided the context with regard to the design of subs and 1 and 3 side slopes, and confirming the 1 and 4 and 1 and 5. So the context the judgment has to have context, and the context really is, in my view, that change is acceptable, and change does not warrant harm. I think acceptable that we stick with the preservation of openness and the conflict with purposes. This results in change, but it does not result in harm. It results in a naturalised series of depressions, and that is my judgment, and that is a judgment that's been supported in many, many other cases. If we move down through that appendix 3, there were two views, view 1 and view 2. Views from photograph. You have that. And what I referred to yesterday, the aerial view. Yes, you do. What are they intended to demonstrate? So go back to the package of information in the submission on the 3rd of February. This was the information that we had at the time in order to undertake the role that I indicated, and therefore they were to take forward the long sections and cross sections that we've just gone through in a photo real basis, and again I can go through that if it assists, but they were identified with the changes in levels coming from that long section and cross section, and they gave that overall impression of this, in my view, naturalised landscape. Again, that's a question asking the obvious, but in both of those views, what we see is something that a receptor would see only if they happen to be passing the night aircraft or whatever move. That's right, isn't it? It is right, which is why I supplemented them with my appendix 8. If we imagine a hypothetical receptor of a hot air balloon, looking at the view 1, the attenuation basin that's more or less in terms of that picture, we can see a darker green, almost a footprint shape there, with the darker green area surrounded by lighter green area. What does the change in colour represent? The nature, I believe, of the landscape components, so if we go back to the first plan in that overall group, this element is proposed neutral grassland and wildflower meadow. That's what the green element is associated with. And then there are in the key features, it identifies a series of elements associated with the grassland. My understanding of that state was it was simply a graphic presentation to replicate that. I don't believe that it actually was looking to show that it was a differentiation of any nature. Clearly, appendix 8 is the one that now takes the form in more detail. I'm not sure I've understood that. Also, you think it represents a difference in planting? No, you're not saying. Do you know why there is a colour change? With view 2, we see the same phenomenon that in relation to all three, in relation to that change in colour. Are you able to assist on whether that colour may indicate the edge of the sides of the base? If you equate it to the one I took you to before, it does seem to have the same delineation. But as I say, I'm not sure why the colour is a different colour. If you go to appendix 8, you will see the verified photo montages, and those verified photo montages give the clearer and fully assessed assumptions. I think if I turn those up, you can see on, for example, viewpoint 8 and appendix 8, that it seems to be simply the nature of the grass. And what we're talking about here is grass. Well, let's go to viewpoint 8 since you've raised it. Presumably you are looking at, well, obviously you are looking at viewpoint 8 as proposed. Yes, looking at both, yeah. And again, you can see there the viewpoint 8, darker green, perhaps appears to be slightly higher than the light green. You see that? Higher in what way? Physically or physically higher. Yeah. The ground surface appears to be higher. I'm seeing in viewpoint 8 that there is a change in the colouring, which is actually lower. All right. Well, we won't argue about height, but what does the change in colouring represent? Why is some of it light green and some of it dark green? As I say, I can't answer that. Good question. It indicates the presence of a man-made engineered feature, doesn't it? Well, if your hypothesis is right, then the sides outside of the dark green, they're also man-made. So I'm not sure it will. I don't see how that works. I've already indicated through the long sections and cross sections that this creates change, that change will be glass line. But the glass line working across there, the artistic assessment of identifying what that is. I can't answer the difference between the colours, but I can look at that photograph 8 and propose and indicate that that is a naturalised feature within the landscape. Right, I am now going to move to your appendix 7. Yeah. Now, there's a plan in Appendix 7 with shaded areas. And I'd like you, please, in a moment, to explain what the different areas of shading mean. And I'm talking about the hatched areas only. If we read that plan north to south, at the top we have a hatched area against what looks like a pale beige background, and a hatched area against a grey background. What piece do they pick? I have no difference in the background on the plan. I have an orange patch across housing to the north of the allocation, across the whole of the allocation, across the sub area, and up to the crest of the southern mound. What they depict is the zone of potential views. It isn't a fine grain assessment behind various trees and all those elements, but what this depicts is that the majority of the views available of the subs basins are from the allocation, not greenbelt, and those that are available from the greenbelt are from the footpath stretches that we show here, and in theory from the top of the mound, but in practice we should agree with that. And that allows us to form a judgment, and this is a judgment made between the design team to then identify the locations of the views that allow us then to do that. Thank you. So you clarified my point. The colour of the background, in fact, is irrelevant to the interpretation of this plan. Yes, I have no idea. No different background at all. When you say maybe it should be on top of the southern mound, do you mean because of the height? Because the footpath that in this plan identifies the footpath routes, that were entitled encouraged to go there. In the area between the footpath routes, the lines is into the rest as far as I can go. Are you able to say whether any part of the application site that is within the green belt is visible from Sleep Hill? I am able to say from my perspective, and mine and Weddell's, who are the experts, so the points 1, 2, and 3 on the plan before, I walked those with them. I stood there at these points with them. We walked around those points as far as we could, and we identified those points as far as we could. And our clear conclusion is no, the actual site area is not visible from Smithfield because it's shielded by the southern bound.
So when you refer to the previous plan,
So the one with the photos on,
I'm sorry, you mean the small plan?
so there's two, my appendix has got 2 plans. There's the one you've taken me to with all the action. The one before has got 3 photos. It's a visual effect of the along the green belt, and it's got on the right hand side viewpoints 1, 2, and 3. Those viewpoints were established as part of Weddell's expertise to be able to see where views were available, and I verified them with them.
None of them are actually within the village or Springhill, are they?
Viewpoint 3 is the closest, and that's the viewpoint 3 has no views.
I'm going to move to 110. I'm going to start with viewpoint 4. The effect there again, which is first of all the hedge that runs along the bottom right hand side of the image. That presumably is one of the hedges that you propose to introduce alongside the existing courtyard. Correct. And then running away from that towards the centre right of the picture is the new hedge to the south of the application site. Correct. Between that hedge and the houses and the road in front of them, we see there, don't we, the creation of an engineered landscape.
No, we see there the edge of the sustainable urban drainage basins, and that edge is actually within the housing allocation, bearing in mind that the sustainable urban drainage straddles the greenbelt and the allocation, so you can't actually see on this plan the greenbelt element. You can only see the element of it within the allocation, but irrespective of that, we do not see an engineer. We see a naturalised landscape there.
So you say image 4 does not show any part of the application site that is within the greenbelt?
Yes, because it's down in the dip. So between the hedge you've taken me to and the edge of the houses, that element is within the allocation because the greenbelt boundary goes right through the middle of that. So if you turn the page to viewpoint 5, you can see what I'm saying. And you're seeing the area to the left-hand side on viewpoint 5, and within the allocation, you're not seeing the area within the greenbelt.
You say that because it is obscured by the new hedge in viewpoint 4.
Because of the topography and the hedge. The topography is what I've been explaining about the ability to gain views from the southern mound, and when that southern mound topography truncates those views.
Then moving to viewpoint 5 as proposed, again, the rising topography to the lower right of that photograph, again, is an obviously engineered landscape.
I still disagree. That is very clearly part of the overall naturalised landscape, and I will refer you back again to my rebuttal finding plan. It is of a very similar nature to that one being the field, which you clearly sits within the landscape.
Viewpoint 6, please.
the top of that viewpoint, the existing view, we see the existing line in flood, don't we? Yes. What do we see in the corresponding position below as proposed? We see the sustainable urban drainage basins tying in with the contours of the southern mound. We see the new hedge in the foreground, middle ground, and we see that the way that the sustainable urban drainage assimilates into that landscape. That's a matter of how the receptor reads it, isn't it? So I suggest again what we see there is an obvious engineered landscape. But I appreciate you suggest that, and I disagree. We've talked about, and I can go back over if you want me to, the context and the approach. What we are seeking to ascertain here is whether this is appropriate development or not, and whether there is harm to the visual aspects of openness. And I think you might agree. One we didn't look at this morning, or that we weren't taken to this morning, in viewpoint 7. In the as is viewpoint 7, what is the foliage and undergrowth and so forth in the foreground? That's part of the existing foliage, as you highlighted, and that's within the allocation site. And that in this indicative scheme is proposed to be removed. The thing about viewpoint 7 is that with that foliage there in the as is, can you assist? It seems to me that the slope behind where that foliage is now, the rising slope behind is significantly taller than the proposed layout than it is at the moment. Am I right about that? No. The view, if I'm again understanding you correctly, in the existing is the existing southern mound. The only change to the southern mound in the left-hand side of it is the replacement of a dilapidated style with a disengaged and the creation of hedgerows along the existing footpath. That's what you see in the foreground of the proposed. The horizon of the southern mound is unchanged. And does that include in the proposed image to the right of that footpath as well? You say there was no change. In terms of the horizon of yes, there's no change to the southern mound horizon whatsoever. It's outside the red line. Now, one we've already looked at, but in slightly different context, and it was 9. No. Again, and I know what your answer would be, but in fairness, we need to, I'm sorry, 8. One would have to look at the 3 after the as anticipated. Oh, sorry, 8. Yes, 8, that was my fault. Yes. We compare what is existing with what is proposed, and I'll put the question again. I know what your answer would be, but in fairness, we need to define where we depart. I suggest that is clearly an engineered landscape, and you no doubt said no, it isn't. It's natural. I will indeed. I actually am very clear in my own mind when you look at this of all views. This is a very, very clear view of what a clear representation of what will happen, and it is a very naturalised view. You can see this is a view from the footpaths. So this is the receptor. What the receptor sees is right the way along the suds, and they see the trees at the end, which is 3.2. And they look right the way along that 300 metre length that I talked about, and they can see openness, they can see green, they can see all of that aspect that allows me to draw the conclusion that I did about this being a green space and a naturalised green space working between the allocation and And no doubt you would say the same of the 9. Viewpoint 9. Yes, viewpoint 9 is the corresponding one on the southern round, looking back. So the majority of what you can see is the allocation area. The area to the left-hand side of the footpath is all within the allocation, i.e. you can't see the greenbelt element of the suds. The area to the right-hand side is slightly less clear in that it is part of the greenbelt, but there's no suds proposed in that part of the site, so that's the representation of the system. Now, I will, before I move on, I will put this to you so that I can memorize. I suggest that this proposal as a whole causes harm to the openness of the green belt to an extent which, as was described by Councillor Watson yesterday, his work was considerable. You may perhaps, as a planning professional, prefer moderate, but I suggest that this proposal causes harm to the openness of the green belt. Somewhere it's equal within the middle of the scale. I'll adopt the word for it. My answer is no. This does not generate harm. I'm going to move on then, green belt for purposes. We know the two purposes that are in play are to getting unrestricted open sprawl and encroachment into the countryside. Can we agree that the land to the south of the greenbelt boundary is at the moment 20%? Into the south of the greenbelt boundary, within the red line. So within the application site, but within the greenbelt, it is currently. Yes. Obviously, therefore, the proposal requires that development engineering works within the countryside. Yes, it's appropriate. You say it's appropriate because you disagree with me about openness, presumably. I say it's appropriate because I disagree with you, but also because I've identified that as a point of principle, engineering operations are appropriate. So whether it's the application of this site or any other, engineering operations are appropriate within the greenbelt and within countryside. Potentially appropriate, not subject to openness and purposes. So that's why we're in the list. As to the extent of or the nature of this development, you say you disagree with me. You also disagree with code, I think. Well, they describe this as urban development. Yes, I disagree. And so do your office. But as Coda's view demonstrates, that is a judgment which can reasonably be made, isn't it? No, I don't think it can. I don't think it can. I'm here to represent my views. And I've set out all the context for those views. Coda made a view, that's up to them, but I'm here as the witness, and I do not believe that this provides any form of urban sprawl. A sustainable urban drainage system will only arise in the context of urban development. In this context, I mean, you can have sustainable urban drainage simply in order to address flood risks, nothing to do with development. It's a concept of addressing drainage. In this concept, it's directly related to the residential. It is part of the urban residential development, isn't it? It's part of the residential development, of the urban residential development. The residential development is within the allocation. This is part of it. And it is an essential part of it. Without drainage, this residential development would not work. But the residential development needs drainage. I've already explained the full components of the drainage, including the other side of the house. This is a requirement of the drainage strategy that we've brought forward. But your that this development checks urban sprawl, unrestricted urban sprawl, depends upon your judgment that this is not urban development. Yes, it depends not just on my judgment, but it's the clear view of Paradigm 150, and it's the clear view of York, and it's the clear view of the Queen, that sustainable urban drainage basin, the appropriate development in greenhouse, and it's long-term developments because it's intended in perpetuity. So it creates that full stop, it creates that check. If the view is taken that it is urban development, then it is wrong. Do you mean if the view is taken as an appropriate development? That's the question. The view is taken. If it is urban development, then by definition it is urban development which encroaches into the countryside. There isn't a definition of urban development, is there? That's the whole basis of this. The NPPF sets out the elements that we should look at, and the NPPF identifies those exceptions in Greenbelt. It doesn't define urban, and nor should it. So what purpose A is seeking to do is to do what it says: stop unrestricted sprawl. So the question is there a way of restricting the development? This is absolutely a restrictor on development. That's what it does, because it's retained in perpetuity. You identify a kind of development within the countryside that would not encroach into it. I'm sorry. Yes, you've identified a category of development which encroaches into the countryside, which is within the countryside, but without encroaching into it. I have identified that. Paragraph 150 identifies forms of development that are appropriate within the green belt, and for this local plan, I think it's common ground that the green belt and the countryside are the same. So therefore, the NPPF identifies that these are forms of development, as in the definition of development in the Planning Acts, that are and can be appropriate development within that element. That's why it's there. That's why there is. Well, I'll sum it up. What I'm suggesting to you is that the subsidy is part of and intrinsically urban development, which damages, which causes harm to the openness, and in so doing encroaches into the countryside, what you said. And I have also, in so doing, rather than checking urban sprawl, it is part of urban sprawl. If the inspector concludes that this is inappropriate development, we do not suggest, do we, that there are any very special circumstances which could nevertheless justify within the group that. No, that's not my case. But yes, it must just get us building with what you mean. You are not suggesting, are you, that there are very special circumstances here? You say it doesn't arise because it's not in a perimeter, and that's the inspector. Yes. From where we are now to the scheme as implemented as it is, you say there is no change of use at all. What's the existing use? The existing use is open countryside, but occasionally ponds. And grazing. Yes, this horse is utilised. What would its use be after implementation of the proposal? Open countryside with grazing pond. That's an entirely artificial definition. Its use post scheme is for draining a housing estate and surrounding land, isn't it? No, its use is that which it is put to, and it's put to open countryside, which occasionally pond. There is no difference at the moment. It's a naturalised drainage solution, as I've identified, and it will be formalised through this process. I've already indicated it won't involve public access, and I've already, I hope, clarified that the Secretary of State in the decision in York is very clear on the differentiation between change of use and engineering. So my view is supported by Secretary of State and Inspector Prentice in York. And presumably you regard the care and maintenance aspects of the scheme as simply maintenance, is that right? I think, yes, I've taken advice from the drainage expert who's explained that to me. Right, I'm going to finish with a quick canter through some of the benefits which you identify. Can I, first of all, go back to this question of numbers of houses, because as was pointed out this morning, again at the development plan stage, there was an indicative scheme which brought the subs scheme within the allocation side and accommodated 396 houses. That's right. There was at the regulation 19 stage, yes. Is it in fact your professional opinion that the allocation side, if developed with subs inside it, would accommodate, give or take, 400 houses or slightly less than? I haven't done that exercise, Mr. Walshaw, will no doubt come on as a witness if requested. The regulation 19 master plan was done at a high level. The issue associated with where the drainage was, I've already covered, so I can't give you that answer as to what it will or it won't accommodate. And my proposition, Ma'am, is that each application is treated on its merits, and this is the application in front of you. Right. That's fair. I won't press you further on that point. Do you feel able to say that whether having these subs scheme within the allocation side wouldn't necessarily cause any reduction in that with housing on the allocation side? No, I didn't comment on that. I think what I have tried to do is to identify why it's appropriate to put the sustainable urban drainage where it is, and I've identified some of the concerns with trying to perch this further up a hill as an artificial activity. What I haven't done is present a master plan that I've analysed in any level of detail with that proposition. You've identified amongst other benefits provisional housing, and you said this morning it has nothing to do with providing a housing master plan. I agree with you about that. But of course, the benefit of provision of housing will arise from the development of the allocation site in any event, irrespective of where the attenuation bases are. If that was in front of the inspector, but it's not. What's in front of the inspector is this scheme, with this proposal, with these benefits. That goes back to my proposition that we should consider this application because that's the nature of our job, and this is the application that delivers those benefits. An allocation doesn't deliver. But if this development was to be regarded as inappropriate, and I appreciate you saying it isn't, you'll then have to look at the benefits in the way you plan and done, wouldn't you? So if I was in a territory where I was making what are very special circumstances. Well, let me put it another way. Why does your proof address benefits at all? Why do you feel it's appropriate to do that? Well, as I put in paragraph 7.4, that I believe that this is in accordance with the appeal scheme is in accordance with the development plan in section 38.6 applies. I say, should however the inspector not agree with me, then I set out the benefits. That's the reason I do it, and it's clear on my proof. Yeah, but in that case, that's what I thought you meant, and I don't quarrel with that. Should the inspector disagree with you, we have to look at benefits. We did. That's why I said that. Yeah, and the benefits of providing housing would arise from the development of the application site in your back, wouldn't that? Not in front of this inspector, because this inspector is only looking at this application. So if, for example, the inspector took a different view on policy LC1, which she's entitled to do, then she meant this may come into play, and she may feel that these benefits outweigh that policy come. But all I've done is to identify my proposition, my approach, and I've identified my view on the harms which are neutral and benefits which are significant. Provisional affordable housing would arise from the development of the application site. And answer the question again, but it's the same proposition. There is a pressing affordable need, which I've identified in paragraph 7.11. That affordable need cannot be satisfied solely by the planning system, but the planning system should not abrogate its responsibility. Sat on the inspector's desk right now is the ability through this to deliver 79 affordable housing units. I think that is significant, and there are all sorts of cases that would support it. Presumably, if I were to go through the economic benefits, which you have listed, and suggest that they too would grow from the development of the application site of any event, you will give me the same answer I would. So it would be a rather futile exercise to go through it. But we agree where we disagree. Certainly, my view, this is the application to consider, and these are the benefits flowing from this application. There is no other alternative scheme in terms of the inspector. I have no further questions.
Would you do examples, Mr. Slogan?
Yes. Clarification points. Remember at the beginning of the cross-examination, you were asked about the hedge and the length of the hedge across the boundary, and the description about what the local plan inspector said, and pointed about hedge and open space. Remember all of that sort of discussion and debate. I go with just something. Imagine an entirely different scenario. Just imagine that the commune wasn't there, it was flat land. And that the existing hedge was reinforced, and that the subspacings were beyond it on that bit of flat land. What difference does it make to your assessment of the approach to openness and purposes? I mean, the subspacings are within paragraph 150, as I've identified. I would go through the same process of considering the impact on openness and purposes. We've already identified that the southern mound provides containment, and I would go through that similar exercise in the scenario you just identified. You see, it was put to you as though there's an existing boundary and you're moving it and creating a new boundary. What if the hedgerow was just, what's in this scenario? Because sort of the true place of disappeared. But in the imaginary scenario, hedgerow kept suds well beyond. I just wasn't. No, I do agree. I think the nature of
this specific set of circumstances drives where the subsequent basins go, and there is a part of that boundary the hedge needs to go. But that's this specific set of circumstances, but that hedge would already have started.
Given that current hedge, let's just assume it was retained and given a really good maintenance, certainly the strongest would be available. What role would it serve in terms of mitigating the visual impact of development of houses, and from where?
So the visual enclosure, if you like, the area that is the housing network that would be viewed from would be the same. The same environment would still maintain those views. The views along the footpaths would still be the same views that we have identified. And the views across the sustainability drainage area or the 10-metre reinforced height would still be the same. So I think the change would be marginal if it's not.
You asked some questions about the colorations of the photographs. I don't know whether this is, but if we go to the beginning of your bundle 3, your appendix 3, second plan, the one that's got the long section. We have a look at the key. There's 2 columns. Second column, second down, dashed line, attenuation basin, maximum water level. When we have a look at the points that you were being asked about in terms of the photographs, photo montages that followed. Viewpoints 1 and 2. That were in balance of that appendix, so I wanted to pull it down. Reviews. That seems to record. It does. So what do you think was trying to be depicted there?
I think it was that extent of the maximum water levels. I think the question I would be put was around whether it depicted a different type of grass on the key, so that there was only a single type of grass.
Yeah, you asked questions about the not using the area as public open space. I understand this. If it wasn't needed for any kind of purpose to a public open space, how sensible do you think it would be to remove items of contention in the world to a planning department?
Entirely sensible. That's the judgment that I took. There is no need for it to be open space, and therefore, as part of my assessment on the degree of activity.
And then it was put to you that CODA, this is on the purposes issue, CODA has said that the 6 ponds were urban development. It wasn't actually explained from where that had been said. I think other than to the extent that we had local plan submissions referred to, the only other submission that was referred to from CODA was the design and access plan. There was a point taken, not sure I understood it, but the design and access stage is at 1, 2, 5. And Councillor Foster was very excited about page 55. I don't know if you have that handy. I don't know whether that might be the reference that's been suggested. There you put that, because I don't think there was anything else. But is there anything in Countryside energy was the last bullet point he was thinking the most excited about. What tells us that Coda have said that they think the subs are over future. Urban edge. I don't know where the point was coming from.
No, well, I can read there. It's the last bullet point on principles. It detailed design could be considered what edge treatment is the most suitable to the highway.
It applies on a source that, forgive me, I thought the point was
it isn't in that last bullet point.
that last
And the
bullet
use
point.
of the word build define.
The site boundaries planted with screen fencing to manage the relationship between the built environment and open countryside. That's it. Well, let me ask the question to the audience. Does that suggest to you that the Coda feel that some are urban development?
No, it wouldn't. And actually, in one of the earlier iterations, Coda identified tree planting along that edge. So clearly they were evolving their thoughts through the process, which is what you would expect in making representations to a local plan. And as they evolved their thoughts, then they ended up with the planning application. They were the agents for the planning application. So they clearly evolved their thoughts further to the sustainable urban drainage basin that we've identified.
And then the point was to extend a little bit further. So this part of the urban development, the point that was explored was that it serves a purpose for the urban development of the houses. And a related purpose, or a related point rather, was that, as Mr. Foster put it earlier, the clues in the name. How do you weigh those points in trying to understand what such are here versus what they actually are proposed to be?
I listened to that point yesterday, and it's the same as saying the townhouse can't be in a village. I mean, it's nonsense. It does not work as a point. The assessment is the one that tells us how to deal with it in paragraph 150.
If this was a proposal, just imagine a situation where there was no houses whatsoever, where there was a need for drainage, because it was causing a problem somewhere on site without drainage solution. And the solution was the solution that was proposed for this scheme. No houses, just that. Would you say it was urban development?
No, I tried to explain it, and in fact, I think not far away from this this building down in the new development site behind us, there are sustainable urban drainage ponds in the countryside, part of the country park, to accommodate drainage elements there. As I indicated there, and indicate to you, sustainable urban drainage does not have to be related.
And lastly, in relation to change of use, I understand the position about not doing a change of use, but just what if it was? What difference did it actually make to the analysis?
It doesn't make any difference because the change of use is listed in paragraph 150, and with regard to the policy, my view is no investment approach. So the characterisation of the change of use and the tests are just the same for the engineering operations as they are for the change of use.
Thank you for the question.
So we are a little bit ahead of time. It's not 4 o'clock. So we probably feel about the break. Would you go the next one? I did some sort of opportunity, I guess, but just loosely ended from your side what you're going to present on other matters that have been raised. Does that work for you?
It does, that's absolutely fine. You mentioned mining earlier, so shall we deal with that?
We could start with that one, yeah. But should we have a break first?
Sure.
Is that right? On your side as well?
Of course, madam.
Okay. Let's just take, let's come back at 10 past then, shall we? Let's click on the vote. Okay, shall I let you go into this?
Yeah, just to introduce people. I would just say there isn't in the little list of speaking notes anything on education, and the reason is because there's already a rebuttal of education, which is a direct response to the comments that were already written by Peter Thompson. You might look against the spoken education, that's it. And I would direct you to that rebuttal, which in turn cross-references efforts and proof itself. So rather than have produced a separate speaking note, it didn't seem to be Cambridge eventually when we felt that all the responses were already there.
So we have the speaking notes, yeah.
You don't?
No, well, there you go. Oh.
Yeah, no, they should be ID 8, ID 7, 8 onwards.
Not one of the witnesses. Okay, got it.
And so what I was hoping we could do this afternoon before we close is Marlin, which is ID 8, air quality ID 7, highways ID 5. And we'll deal with ID 10 and 11. First thing in the morning, if that's okay. I think we're otherwise going out of time. So if I can just introduce Mr. Stuart Freeman, who's sat on the witness stand. He has produced a substantial statement, and Mark will see his qualifications, credentials, and experience at 1.2 of the main statement. You'll also see the large number of site stories, similar issues that was dealt with, or just an example list of them. And I think possibly also I would just mention section 6 of his main statement, because in that he identifies a number of sites, whether he's dealt with them or not, where there have been things that were on the mining record that haven't been found, and how they were dealt with through the planning process, with permission being granted and development going ahead. And it just gives an extra sort of context for how these things are normally dealt with. Other than that, if I could just ask Mr. Freeman to talk to ID 8, which is in response to issues raised yesterday by Chris Gordon. Other parties mentioned mining, but I think Mr. Gordon had went into the most detail. That's right.
That's all fine.
Mr. Freeman, just talk us through. You were here and you were present. You were listening to what Mr. Gordon said. You've got obviously 3 pages of text. Just talk us through the points of your response.
Yeah, sure. So a number of points were made yesterday. So one was in relation to mine workings, largely. One was in relation to mine entry, mine jump. The third is in relation to the fault in mine gas. And finally, also there's one final one on post remediation issues. And finally, a couple of the speakers mentioned the issues associated with contamination. That's going to be my final point. So if I start with mine workings, the point was made that the site had been worked extensively from 1933 to 1984, and during that time, really, the intention was to remove as much coal as possible. And the extent of workings differs from records held by the coal authority, and as such, there was unreliable information.
Yeah, and Mr. Gordon's allegation.
Yes.
You say?
Okay, so I would say it's really, that's not really true in the fact that there is quite a lot of information and the investigations we have done have been carried out to remove that uncertainty. So starting with what information the college hold, and they hold information such as abandonment plans, which show the extent of working and the risk from what we call recorded working. And it's been a legal requirement to produce an abandonment plan since the Coal Mines Regulation Act of 1972. And we consulted with the Coal Authority as part of the Phase 1 desk study we undertake, and we also took the coal mining risk assessment to obtain that information. So we therefore do have confidence on the extent of risk of recorded working beneath the site. You may be aware that the former Westall Colliery was to the west of the site, and it is from that colliery where the coal was extracted over that period beneath the site. There was a drift mine, or what we call an adit, which is a drift mine where the fan house was situated to extract gas from the mine. But the workings do extend under the site, and the Coal Authority have records of that. And those are accurate records, and they show the shallowest workings are at a depth of 110 metres. And the Coal Authority also conclude that there is no further risk of ground at the surface associated with those workings. That's quite a key thing.
The paragraph references in those key statements.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those recorded workings will have removed large quantities of coal using modern long-wall mining techniques. And there was a reference to the amount of coal that was removed, and that is why there will be a lot of coal removed. But there is confidence and certainty that those workings shall not affect the surface in future. I go on to discuss where those recorded workings are discussed in my statement.
Yes.
The Coal Authority also highlighted the potential for unrecorded workings in their Con 29 mining report that was obtained for the site as part of our desk study. This issue was further assessed at desk stage, followed by extensive intrusive investigation works to provide confidence in the presence and distribution of unrecorded shallow workings. So what we're saying there is, because we don't have plans show where they are, we have been to the permission to go to site based on our ground model that we formulated desk study stage to investigate those unrecorded workings. And through that desk study and intrusive works, we do now have confidence and certainty on the nature and extent of the former unrecorded mine workings beneath the site. We've also proposed mitigation measures to deal with the unrecorded workings, and in brief they shall comprise drilling and grouting where mine workings are present within the zone of influence of the surface. So where there is a risk of substance occurring in the future, the drilling and grouting will mitigate that risk. There's also a reference to a phrase sinkholes yesterday, and that will deal with any substance from sinkhole.
The second point, or this second point?
So yeah, the second point was to do with mine shafts. That there were 5 mine shafts known to be present, 4 are identified, and there are potential for others to be using the terminology scattered across the site. And there was also reference to a 20-metre no-build zone around each to affect viability.
Yeah. So that was just you said.
Yeah. Okay. So that's again discussed in our statement. There are actually 6 recorded mine acres on the site, comprising 1 adit. So that's an inclined feature. That's the ridge line that I spoke about a moment ago. And there are 5 shafts. The adit and 4 of the shafts have been identified, so we've located those on the site from intrusive works. 1 mine shaft is not today being identified, despite our significant efforts comprising a site strip to visually identify it. And we've also drilled 225 boreholes in an attempt to find that mine shaft, and they've been drilled at 1 metre centres. And that extent of work will be considered very robust at this stage of investigation. I've said this is not a concern, as further investigatory works will be carried out, and the Coal Authority agreed that this can be conducted post-planning permission. permission being granted consistent with the recommended condition. I've also proposed mitigation in relation to the mine entries in my statement, and we've acknowledged that robust measures shall be required, comprising the drilling of grouting and construction of a concrete cap, a rockhead, and the adoption of no-build zones within the planning layout. And it has been demonstrated that the current layout thus can accommodate appropriate no-build zones.
You put in your main statement what those zones would need to be for the known shafts, and they extend between about 10 and 20 metres.
Yes, in diameter from the centre of the shaft, that's correct. Yes. Yeah, and we provided cross sections. We've shown where those exclusion zones are and where the nearest properties currently are. And that was based upon the guidance that was quoted yesterday, which is correct. Syria C758D is the current guidance, which replaced special publication number 32. But on that guidance, an approved depth of rock of 4 metres, we've demonstrated that suitable exclusion zones can be accommodated within the layout. And the 20-metre exclusion zone is a generic exclusion zone, which is can be refined and it can be reduced.
And Mum, just for your note, Appendix G of the main statement has the illustrated master plan with the mining, known recorded mining features identified, with the red dashes of the mine shafts, and the arrow is the arrows. And that is how they've been looked at in terms of they've been found, the ones that were already found, the location to pinpoint to amount of standoff is identified, and that is all consistent with the layout. The one that hasn't been yet found is in the middle of an area where it's not going to impact on the but there's already been, what was it, 225 drills to look for it in a 15 metre square area all the way around. And all that happens is you just extend that out and look at it. And if you need to, then you bang the list from ground. Want to return to the motion?
We've also acknowledged that there's potential for further unrecorded mining to be identified during the site strip that would normally be undertaken during the commencement of construction. But in our experience, my experience is that typically the likelihood of encountering further mine shafts is quite low. You might find 1 or 2 perhaps, but not such that we describe them as being littered all over the site. And if they were encountered, it would be dealt with in the same manner as we described above, drilling ground and a suitable exclusion zone.
And is any of this not unusual?
No, not really, not at all. No, not at all. No, I mean, certainly not for any sites that are situated on the coalfield and particularly near to outcrop. And I would say that when you consider the coal ledges cover a vast amount of land in Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, there are many sites like this we deal with all the time that are on the outcrop, and therefore they do have issues with shallow coal, potential for unrecorded working. But if the site is in a development high risk area, that if you look at the Coal Authority website, you'll see that large proportions of the country are actually situated in a development high risk area. So this is not a particularly individual unique site. It does have issues, and they need to be investigated in a robust way, which they have been today prior to construction.
Okay. And the next point that was made was about the fault and mining gaps.
Yeah, so the concern was raised about the fault could fracture and disturb the fault line, and worse, could fracture and disturb the fault line, creating pathways for mining gap. Well, the fault is by definition a fracture, which is a fracture in rock and the Earth's crust, and as such, it's quite right that at present it could act as a pathway for mine gas if there were mine gas. However, we drilling and grouting we propose, and that would normally mitigate the risk to the surface of mitigate the risk of the fault acting as a pathway for mine gas. I've also put there that coal authority is not aware of any damage due to geological faults that have been affected by a coal mine. I've also acknowledged that additional engineering measures such as reinforced foundations may be required at detailed design stage and are capable of being delivered on proposed development at that point. We have also addressed the issue of mine gas, and we've undertaken comprehensive gas monitoring on site, and that has indicated the site is not affected by mine gas. But that gas monitoring has been undertaken during periods of low and falling barometric pressure, which are conducive to the release of mine gas. We have found some elevated carbon dioxide in the area of nature around associated with coal as well, and that is not considered uncommon. It's not particularly high levels of carbon dioxide. And the risk of proposed dwellings in that area, if they were to be built with tender, they're actually not. It's an area of open space. But if dwellings were to be built in that area, the risk could be mitigated through standard gas protection measures. Finally, there was a report of remedial works required due to an issue raised with gas release over the road at Upperthorpe Field Road. Obviously, we obtained a CON29 non-residential mine report, and that includes comment on mine gas. And in that, it says the coal authority has no record of mine gas emission requiring action to this site. So we're not aware of that incident over the road or any details of it. All we can say is for this site, we're aware that the coal authority is not aware of any mine gas problems affecting this site.
Then we mentioned contamination.
Yes, I made a brief note on post remediation issues just with regards to steps from mining objects to re-emerge. This was the football field, I think, that was discussed to the north of the site. This is slightly different. This site, it's largely been agricultural land, this site, historically, and therefore a site-wide 2 metre turnover to remove obstructions is not planned. We're not envisaging there will be large-scale obstructions on this site, and therefore the risk of emergence of mining artefacts is also considered unlikely. And the placement of clean cover proposed in the area of the former added will mitigate any risk of that altogether. Finally, moving on to contamination issues, there was a concern raised that PAH, they are polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and they could present a risk to those living nearby. Contamination issues are discussed in section 5 of our statement, and we would highlight that the risk assessments that we've undertaken as part of our work are undertaken on a very conservative basis. And whilst the PAHs have been identified at very low levels, there is a negative risk to the health of those living adjacent to the site via the inhalation of dust pathway. This is notwithstanding the need to adopt good construction practice to minimise dust production. Finally, I've concluded that the remedial works recommended in our reports are regularly implemented on many sites and can easily be controlled through the imposition of planning conditions.
There's a condition around this is that fact.
Yes.
We've got.
Yes. There's a suite of conditions that are recommended by the coal authority. And the doctor,
You're telling me something.
so if we can deal with that quality, we can do as well. That is now ID 7.
It's the one that if you want to interject, just let me know.
I think that's very unlikely. I wouldn't.
Yeah, of course.
So you have this is Jethro Redmore, and you have a statement from him with a single appendix which deals with air quality and air quality assessment. It's just that you might remember yesterday one of the local residents raised questions about whether the work that was done was correct, and it's in relation to those that Mr. Redmore is here to speak today. His original report doesn't have a section that sets out his qualifications to, so written statement on that people or what have you, but it might be worthwhile giving us a quick resume.
Certainly, thank you. So, yes, I'm Jeff Redmore. I'm director at Redmore Environmental. We've got approximately 18 years equity consultancy experience. The Bachelor of Engineering degree from Master Science degree, a chartered environmentalist, a member of the Institute of Air Quality Management, a member of the Institute of Environmental Science, position at the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessments. We commonly undertake these type of ethics assessments for a wide range of students, including residents throughout the UK.
And then if you can just identify the issues that were raised here today, and your thoughts and comments in response to them.
Certainly. So there was 9, obviously looked through and heard the comments made by Mr. Manning yesterday. There were 9 main points that I see it, which I'll run through now. The first one related to the requirement for an air quality assessment, whether one was air quality management guidance. As outlined in my notes here, there's no specific national or local planning policy requiring formal air quality assessments to support every planning application. It's down to the local authority to determine whether one is required or not. As outlined in my original air quality statement, the council did go through this process, which included there was no proper basis of need for an assessment. This was further commented upon in the planning committee report, and also agreed by the state of the ground as well.
But the locals have raised the point, we've got quite agitated about it,
Exactly, that's right, yes. Notwithstanding, we have an air quality assessment now, which is being informed with the relevant Institute of Air Quality Management guidance, and the results, as you can see, show it's impacts are classified massive impacts, both construction phase due to dust emissions and operational phase, very big resource emissions as well.
You make a quick point about EIA, environmental impact assessment, and if I could just paraphrase that, it is scheduled to, there's a judgment about the level of impact, it depends on the factors in schedule 3, and the council is giving a clear statement, screening opinions to say that it's not EIA development. So if you go over the page to the bits of that in relation to the air pollutants in the area.
Yeah, certainly. So there's obviously discussion about existing pollution levels in Killamarsh. As shown within the section 4.3 of the air quality statement, monitoring undertaken by the council has shown concentrations are well below the relevant air quality objective within the local area. This is supported by data from the Department of Environmental Food and Rural Affairs, which again is summarised in the air quality statements, which shows compliance with the air quality objectives of the development site. Further, the dispersion modelling assessment that we undertook as part of the work also indicated different pollution concentrations were well below the air quality objectives of all the assessments, both with and without developments in place. And all of this evidence would really be expected in the lack of air quality management areas within Killamarsh, relevant to be designated should there be any activities for air quality objectives, and also the relatively low traffic flows on local roads.
See, I'm just stopping for a second. One of the related points is that the monitoring, the records, were only in green light, which she said was very likely traffic. I've just got into the predicted concentrations and the assessment is full.
It is, I think, when the third party yesterday was talking about monitoring concentrating direction, talking about predicted concentration and modelling assessment. We actually predicted concentrations of larger receptors throughout the model extents to ensure that we're identifying significant impacts throughout Killamarsh on any roads as well as the affected by traffic and development.
Exactly. I'm just looking at table 8, for example, Upperthorpe, Mansfield Road, Rotherham Road, Sheffield Road, High Street, Camden Lane.
Exactly, that's right. Yes, we do understand. As I say, we predicted concentrations of a wide variety locations to ensure we're picking up locations throughout Killamarsh. We had 230 positions, and there was no significant subjective at any of those locations, and also the impact as a result of the classified and critical. All of those positions were all considered in accordance with student electronics and capabilities.
When you want to start, you just going to go with pollution data referred to.
That's right, yes. So this is not only mentions some other pollution data which has been published by the Department for Levelling Up Housing Communities back in 2019. That actually uses an older version of the different background values that we use within our assessments, and then really put the data set we put together as part of the project to look at declaration policies rather than quality conditions. It looks at 4 separate pollutants which are we identified of concern, which is the levels of those within the area, and then from that derived value which can be used as an indicator of poor air quality or good air quality. So a high value would indicate poor air quality versus low value is good air quality. An indicator of 4 would indicate that there is exceedance of the air quality objectives for all 4 pollutants. As outlined yesterday, the value in market is 0.93, which is obviously well below 4, which indicates the parts of the objectives. Again, which supports the evidence of just explaining with regards to monitoring based and modelling results, and also the months background value insights.
And the next point, the report doesn't take into account specific environmental factors significant to this site. Can you say?
Certainly. So the impacts from road vehicle exhaust emissions, assessment and dispersion modelling, which is an approach recommended by the Institute of Air Quality Management and DEFRA. This involved production development of a computer model to calculate emission dispersion from road vehicle exhaust to the sector. This included a number of site-specific inputs, including meteorological records, such as wind direction, speed, temperature, cloud cover, relative humidity, and precipitation as well. It included the road geometries, both in terms of actual locations and widths of the roads, so that's taken into account where the emissions were arising from. We took account of the average vehicle speeds as well as traffic flows, including locations of slow moving traffic, such as junctions, to make sure that additional emissions from those areas were taken into account in predictions, and also the sector location in relation to the roadside, so that there are properties closer to the roadside than others, then that sort of this was accounted for in the results.
In other words, all the things she said you didn't do, you did.
In some of this.
Okay. Next point.
The next point was in relation to the selection of receptors, particularly in the local road links. As summarised in the equity statement, the discrete receptor locations were selected based on national highways and the guidance, which is not a concentration everywhere, but which 30 would be considered to be worst case. When doing this, we considered the closest properties to the roadside because they are going to be exposed to the highest levels of pollution, and also the traffic distribution for the development in the context of the criteria provided by the Institute of Air Quality Management. And basically, that provides a criteria that it's a change of traffic flow is less than 500, then it's unlikely that the effects will occur as a result of that change in traffic flow. So that was considered when selecting the next positions.
The source of the traffic data wasn't correct. The response is fairly straightforward and matches with the TA.
Exactly, yes.
And cumulative air quality impacts associated not being considered, and you say.
Yeah, so cumulative air quality impacts were considered through the use of the tempo factor, which accounts for traffic growth from the baseline year up to the development. That's an industry standard software package. It predicts increases in vehicle movements based on local regional and national factors, including road policies. And that growth can be seen in the appendix when you set out the traffic data. You can see that the flows go up on every road that's going to be based on some 20 million as well.
Next, emissions associated with contaminated soils.
Yeah, so emissions monitoring and control of emissions through remediation works. We delivered a suitable construction environmental management plan. It's still a planning condition. I think for us, we'll just touch on that a little bit anyway. But that will obviously be an important area of work once the design investigation has been completed. But it's a standard assessment stage post planning has finished.
Yeah, the next one.
So the next point is it's a similar one in relation to dust emissions during construction. So obviously we assess those in the policy statement using the Ministry of Air Management guidance. This indicates residual impacts will be significant, subject to compensation and relevant mitigation measures, which are relatively standard mitigation measures as put forward by the Ministry of Air Management. Again, these will be secured with planning condition, which is again a standard approach to the dust emissions from construction sites.
I'm going to also
that's right. Mr. Clark also just mentioned the fact that an air assessment should have been undertaken in support of the project. Obviously, that's been dealt with earlier, but as we say, it's down to the local authority to determine what was required or not. So it wasn't. The new one has now been undertaken and it can show that its impacts on the surface.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, and it's a bit of a whistle stop, but we're going through highways. Mr. Peter Blair. So this is, you have a proof of appendices from Mr. Blair, but you also have an ID 12, which is his response to the matters that came up yesterday from various parties. So just to keep us on our toes, sign this format, Mr. Blair. Thank you for that. In terms of tabular rather than narrative text, I think that's a good way forward to look at the points. Can I introduce you to the inquiry first? You do set out your qualifications and experience at the beginning of your main statement at 1.1. Can you just give us a quick version?
Yes, my name is Peter Blair. I'm head of Transport North at the consultancy Petrotech. I'm a chartered civil engineer, fellow of the Institution of Civils, fellow of the Institution of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation. 30 years experience.
Thank you. And well, I'm sure you will have had or will have a chance to read the whole book. But if Mr. Blair could just please identify, fill it into 2 pages, issue, short answer, fill the detail, but where to find the answer, and the table is helpful.
That's right, and it is just in response to the points from the public that I've picked up, and I think I haven't presented any new evidence. So this is really a roadmap to where you can find the answers on the existing evidence. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? So the first point was the accusation, I suppose, that the analysis was unclear because it was based on 2017 claims. The Highway Authority, of course, are happy with the analysis that's been done. But I was conscious that, years have passed and we should take it matter. So we did some benchmarking with new surveys. we're preparing the evidence. So we looked at, I'm just repeating for this distance in each student. Apologies for the criticisms. So what we found was that the traffic volumes from the bus and the development in the future were all lower than were previously tested. So actually it was demonstrating that the previous analysis was robust. When we did the new counts, we found that they were lower than the original assessments and forecasted it would be by this point in time. Various reasons for that, but it's lower. We looked at growth into the future, and we found that against the temporal assessments, and we found that when we were on the temporal assessment, that was lower as well. The references there now. I apologise that my appendices don't quite very obvious dividers between the appendices. They are titled separately, but they're paginated from one quickly out, so I didn't really pay attention. And what we found was that the traffic surveys were a little bit higher in the AM, 21% lower than the BNP, but the TM had tested 9.8%. So overall, the traffic volumes were down. The temporal, we found that it was up in 5% up to 2029. And we did that just to show that in 2029, with the change in traffic that we observed through the counts, the analysis flows, if they were redone for 2029, would still be slightly lower than were tested for 2023. So trip generations we call them UK-wide. So we undertook tricks, that's the information system assessment. We didn't actually seek to include any of the COVID years within up to 2020. But we saw there that just redoing the tricks assessment, the trip generation for about 10 trips in the morning, 14 in the evening. We also did some new speed surveys because I heard the comment about the access in Upperthorpe. And they were similar to what we had found before, but they were actually 1.2 miles per hour slower in Upperthorpe and 5 miles per hour slower on Green Line. Those were undertaken in 7 locations to reduce speed survey. And those speed surveys were used for designing visibility displays of the licenses. And we haven't redesigned them on the lower speeds, we redesigned the original speeds that were still behind. And we over-designed to memory. We also just sought to update the accident record, and we did that by adding the subsequent 4 years. Again, traffic flows will have been lower in 2020-21, so it's not a direct comparison, but it showed that no new issues emerged, and actually the accident record was slightly lower as one might expect.
So in summary, there's less traffic on the road than expected. There's less future growth than expected. There's less traffic coming from the development than expected. The speeds are a little bit slower. The accidents are much different.
Okay. So the next point was one by Mr. Evans. He pointed out that an access had recently been refused on Upperthorpe. Why is this proposed access any different? I actually looked at this about 3 months ago. The refused access was on the other side of the road. You could start the answer here and say it was completely different requirements, but because of what it was, it had worse visibility. I think it may actually have subsequently been approved, but I can't confirm that today. What I can say is that the Upperthorpe appeal scheme level of visibilities were calculated using those faster speeds, using many of the streets, which is appropriate. And it requires 58 meters of line distance, and that's the distance that the individual driver needs to do with single directions to the other edge. The line distance on the plans that we've submitted shows 61 meters, and that's because quite often people get confused between forward stop and side distance, to which you have 3 meters. The line distance 58, and it's quite honestly, it just easier to give the extra 3 meters. Anyway, that's the reference to that's there. Northbound speed, 38.4, now it's 36.4. The highway code gives 36 meters as a stopping distance from 40 miles per hour. So we're able to see 61, or committing to 61 on the access design. It's well above the stopping distance and visibility. I say virtual once that outreach that on site is able to reduce. That's what you can actually see.
So on the higher speeds, you need 61. You've actually got 81 on the speeds as you say now, slightly less than the recent surveys of the world.
Yes, and it's not a safety issue anyway because the stopping distance is half of what you've got.
Westport Road concern.
Yeah, that was a claim yesterday, and according to our data, that's not right. It's demonstrably so. I say, it's clearly not to modern standards in places, but the accident analysis showed it's only had two traffic accidents in 9 years. And both were classed as involving only a slight injury. We reference all of that there, isn't
And of those accidents, any of them pedestrian related?
I don't think so.
Then your next point is not really for you, I suppose. It's questioning the highway authority design and statements of common ground. And I think your response to that is, well, it's a matter of them, but they were fully engaged and fully had all the details of all the surveys, including that material.
Yes, and they scrutinised the TI, they commented there was additional design required by them for 2 occasions. We've been involved in suggesting draft conditions that was reported to them. So they absolutely knew about the scheme and what is involved when it's certainly from ground.
And also the point when initially put back, we wanted to do extra work and extra clarification and extra improvements.
On several occasions. Yeah.
Okay. Then there's a point about not independent, you might do whatever you want, but you point out your duty to inquiry, and obviously you know that, but also you point out that the surveys were not done really relevant by independent companies that didn't actually know what the outcome would give.
Correct, and just onto our standard methodologies, we see competitive standards and use third-party professional companies. And that's exactly right.
So then we move to sustainable transport bus concerns.
Yes, a few of the public raised this, predominantly the bus services. The site is accessible by sustainable modes of travel, and residents can access employment, education, and facilities by sustainable modes of travel. It's not just about buses. There are facilities and services readily accessible by walking, cycling, bus, and even by sustainable car. A lot of people predict that it's a recent development, but the MPPF actually regards zero-emission cars as sustainable points of travel. Now, we haven't relied on that at all, but sign of the times, I suppose. The site isn't remote; it's not isolated, and it is accessible by sustainable modes. And the travel plan and the site layout will promote sustainable travel further. I've said here, just in the background information, that there are school bus services, and they're a realistic choice for some journeys. We're bringing in residents through 397 homes and providing a route through the site, which will be designed to accommodate buses actually benefit and passing through the site. Both of those could serve to encourage improved services and closer access to bus stops.
The comment was made that school buses aren't really doing it, but how much of AMP travel is actually school related?
Well, the next point down actually is the criticism of the framework travel plan over there in bus services, and you'll see there the background information. As a travel plan objective is to reduce unsustainable car trips. School bus services are perfectly valid to show in a travel plan on a high proportion of trips on the village.
The broader criticism of the framework travel plan was that it wasn't accurate as of now, but of course it was created nearly 5 years ago.
Yeah, and it was a framework, which means it's not the final travel plan.
Have you updated all the information that you need to for the purposes of improvement?
the sustainability information is updated within my group of defences. But more than that, if there's any doubt on the validity of the travel plan, it's something which will be agreed through the commission. So it was a framework at the time to give comfort on the fact that, topics, in fact, the travel plan coordinating the manual service and all of those things. And yes, it's within the bus services that were available at that time. There was a specific criticism that it showed about the bus routes and several of the shopping and school buses. But a page further on, in table 4.1, there's clearly identified exactly what all of those services were.
I suppose to round off that point, in terms of the ability to get to places by bus, and you recall the point that the inspector was recorded at the local plan and said, not actually. But what's the overall assessment within the site?
Well, there are bus services, and even when you look at the sustainability appraisal with regards to services along the Bra and a bus stop within 400 metres that is adequately sustainable and frequent. And, the local plan sustainability. Yes, and, we absolutely achieve that. There are bus services, albeit school buses are going to the Swans, which run out west of Upperthorpe. The site is accessible by public transport, and as I say, with the site, the residents actually the local plan objective to bringing forward development, public transport getting better, etc. It is accessible by public transport. You don't have to use a bus for every journey, it's just one mode, sustainable accessibility.
And I think you point out in the main statement that the level of bus use in Killamarsh is not low compared with the wider area.
It's pretty difficult for something.
So walkable neighbourhoods was a very popular balance to.
Yeah, my picking up of this is that because you give us a quote, a partial quote, the quote that managers do is 4.41. I'm going to double check this with his written statement when I saw it today. He said walkable neighbourhood is characterised by a 10-minute walk for the meters. But the sentence which he didn't continue to finish was, this is not an epidemic, and PPG state 13 states that walking offers greatest potential for historic car trips, particularly under 2 kilometres.
And it's the 2 kilometres that you've then worked at, and it's also the 2 kilometres that the county is the local authority of the cabinet statement.
And the references are there.
You can see where everything is. You can also see that, and this is relevant to education, the distance in terms of walk distance getting to Guy's school as opposed to marching to junior school is how much?
Well, we're quoting 14, well, off the top of my head, I could look it up, but it's about 14.30 to St Giles and 14.30 to Killamarsh Junior. The sustainability appraisal report says 970, so I double checked it, and actually the route that I walked through the edge of the site to St Giles, it got to be 974, but the 14.30 measurements from the census.
That line those figures are actually highway statement coming down the appendix.
There's a full schedule of facilities and distances
and location and the distance to
exactly.
Traffic passing on Green Lane.
Yes, I visited Green Lane on 2 or 3 occasions on 2 days to observe this, and the first time I purposely went very early in the morning when I thought all residents would still be at home. The cars were all frozen, so they could tell that they hadn't come along. And I drove up and down 5 or 6 times, and on 1 or 2 occasions, I had to stop to let someone come through. I experienced delays of about 8 to 10 seconds. It's all on a dash cam, so I'm very accurate with that. I've watched it back and timed it. I've put in my evidence. An excerpt from my TRL research, which suggests delays to traffic going through roadworks. The reality is the delays that are currently happening are not material, they're not significant, but The proposal widens that section of road along the side frontage. It widens it to 7 metres. And with a private car taking up approximately 2 metres, there's adequate room for vehicles to pass them. So I suppose that my point is that if we couldn't have widened it, I would still have been arguing that it's not a material detriment. But we are widening it, and I think it resolves that issue.
Was it for safety issues?
I don't believe it was such any safety issue before. One of the suggestions yesterday was that if 2 cars get into it at the moment, they have to be those. Well, there have been no reported accidents there. But we're removing that potential, so if anything, it actually improves safety.
And then
How's that
Laura's
one being secured?
it's in condition. Couldn't off the top tell you which one, but what we have seen. The last point is to plan.
Just something I picked up on it when I heard it yesterday. Large lorries are constant on green down. You know, I've been able to go to the traffic time data, and you can see now that there are 60 to 70 2-axle vans or such vehicles per day on the going each direction. But when it comes to anything with 3 or more axles, it's set each one of the
Do you have any questions? So I haven't got to, but I'm conscious of the time. I was going to deal with this tomorrow. Ecology and design, which were ID 10 and 11. And I would just mention that ID 9, which is flood risk, I'm quite content to just take us rather than deal with Mr. Parks. Well, you mentioned as we were going along in terms of the conditions, I don't have the one in relation to green lane widening to the front of my mind, but conditions in relation to mining of the sewers are in the list of non-contentious conditions 8, 9, and there is related to dust emissions, part of the construction management plan, condition 22. So you mentioned what are they in? They are well, for some reason I can seem to think that the condition in relation to the widening of Green Lane may be one of the intensity ones. 24 at the moment. Not quite sure why it's an intensity, to be honest. We're offering everything that highways will be and in line with conditions that the highway authority wants. I mean, the back of the highway staying on the ground and we'll guide them with that.
So it's a highway and those conditions.
Well, it's not going to speak between us and the highway.
No. But it's picture. Yeah, so let's just have a quick look at the timetable. So it's going to do the site visit tomorrow morning. Is that still seen at the beginning? The first thing? I'm thinking something like 9 to 11. Yeah, what do you think? Is 2 hours enough? Is there a route or anything like that, or because I'm happy to follow the path and work out a route?
We haven't had a conversation about it, but we didn't see
I was going to do it on the as well. I thought we were going to slip that. So they feel obliged, but I'm open to suggestions if anyone feels pressure on them. All I would say is I tend to find after listening to a lot of days that I've heard, it's quite nice to go out and site and just have that time to myself. Just put that out there rather than having you're more conscious of the people around you taking the side of it. So, but that's not to say I wouldn't leave it out if somebody had any strong feelings.
From this end, we don't think it must be things to
So just use the footpaths and it's run on road.
take you well as you'll form a view fairly readily when we go on the footpaths and link you up the form of one of your spoils it. How far back you need to go to be able to see it to the side. Yeah. Fairly readily, I think. Probably need to go to some of the locations in our junctions. Roads to Bridge Street. Yes, we're moving along the junction of we would want to see the man still. We would have the bus stops. Particular place.
Thinking about that might be a bit longer. I'm just thinking if I should take it down to 12. These things usually take longer than we expect when
You'll probably, sorry to add to you earlier, but we probably have to look at the list of buildings.
absolutely, yeah.
Right ones.
Okay. This is why I wonder if I should move the site visit to the end of the day, but it really depends on their phrasing, how they're phrasing it.
That's true.
No, okay.
It's just a long night tonight.
Well, yes. I mean, those are actually virtual phrasings that we can have exposure to.
Those two.
Virtual phrasings. If you want to use a bit more time, I would like to play something writing.
I'm certainly not most of it, but as it happens, I haven't done one in family inquiry content, and then well, there's another content.
Okay. So it's a bit like our case management conferences that the council would set up a teams meeting at an arranged time. We'd join that meeting. I'd hear the closings. Any members of the public want us to join that meeting, then the council can make that available. It's becoming quite common practice to make closings virtually because of this sort of end of stuff. So end of inquiry stuff where you can the site visit, people need to travel long distances.
I'm certainly not opposed to it. Indeed, it's not that long ago that we're having whole inquiries by the workshops.
Okay. I'm just thinking because we need to hear a little bit more on those bits of evidence on other matters tomorrow morning and conditions and obligations. There's no reason why. I mean, how you set Friday for the
I think we could do that. The other reason why it's probably quite a good idea was costs. What we don't want to do is get to Thursday 5 o'clock and still have business to do.
Yeah, exactly. It makes Thursday a bit of a squeeze.
I've no problem with doing those names virtually on Friday.
What about the council? For example, is the council able to set up in this meeting on Friday? Yeah, so something like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam, I have a pre-existing professional commitment on Friday, but it can probably be moved. I will try and confirm that. Was the commitment of the time?
Is it also?
No.
We could do Friday afternoon.
I'm sure we could do.
So we could do Friday at 3 PM. Closings. Actually, set up by the council. If anybody else wants to attend, they can get in touch with the council to give them details to join that meeting. Because also we have to have the jobs. He's got a case.
Yes, he has. If he is due to let us have it today, which I said it was, that might be something that if tomorrow.
Okay, if it becomes a problem, yes.
Because he
Good
would go
point,
first.
we could just hear.
You let
Right,
it
and
go
that's-
first, then I can sort out when else.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's do the site visit then 9 to 12, so that is in the morning. Lunch, and then we could come back with conditions and obligations at 1 o'clock. So have an early lunch.
Mr. Bacon was on apology. I think he indicated that he was okay tomorrow morning. At some point in the afternoon, it must be one of the two working. I'm thinking he would be on.
Unless we just say asking the question and I do the site visit after. And we just crack straight on the finishing up. During the classes, conditions and obligations.
You do the same.
Then I go off on site, you write the post.
Yes.
Then on Friday, yeah.
If it was something on Friday morning, we went on Friday afternoon until that's the way it comes out.
It's just another thing to deal with. Okay, so tomorrow morning we'll come back at 9:30 and we'll finish hearing on our other matters. We can also hear from Paul Johnson and the jail commission recommendations. Then I'll do the site visit. And yeah, on Friday. We'll set up a team school, council set up a team school for 2 PM placements. There's anybody speaks on that tonight, problem arises, we can raise it.
It sounds like a good time. Will Mr. Johnson know that we are here tomorrow morning?
Lovely, thank you. That's very good. We'll probably still be here to anyway, so. So much. Okay, good. All done for today then? Okay, so much like it.
Well, I do. But just not tonight.
It's a really popular one. Okay, thanks everyone then, and we will resume after.